Thank you for choosing this beginner-level Italian course. My name is Sergio, the language nerd. I am Italian and I've been teaching languages, Italian, English, and Spanish online since 2018. Recently, I started to come up with my own teaching material, and this video course that includes 10 video lessons that explain 10 PDFs is part of my learning material. After this course, you're welcome to contact me for online one-to-one lessons. After this brief introduction, you will find an excerpt from each lesson, so feel free to skip ahead if you want. Otherwise, I can tell you that the concept, the way I designed this course, is such that you will learn Italian just like an Italian kid learns Italian in elementary school. That means that I haven't cut around the corners. I just taught it as it is, full of rules, full of knowledge about grammar. But because it's a video course, you can go back to it over and over and just learn at your own pace, at your own speed, and at different layers of difficulty, as you prefer. So I hope you enjoy it, and I'll see you in the next course. Okay, the alphabet. Here we go. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, and Z. What do we notice, first of all? That there are 5 letters that we don't use, J, K, W, X, and Y. We do have a name for them, I lunga, so long I, K, W, or W, or W, or V, I'll say that in a second, Y, and then X and Y. What's the mystery with the letter V? The official name is V. That's why a DVD is called DVD, or the TV is called TV. And other little acronyms like that, they retain the superficial name of V because of historical reasons. So my generation basically says V. I've never heard anybody saying V because all the other consonants have this sound. B, D, G, P, T, so V. Now let's look at the vowels. The vowels are the backbone of every Italian word. In general, their pronunciation is crisp and rigid, with only one sound corresponding to each vowel, exceptions below. Double consonants. Now we're getting into the fun stuff. Italian has double consonants that have to be pronounced double. So, what does that mean? That English also has double consonants, but they just tweak the sound of the vowel before. Possibly after, for sure before. Think of cuter and cutter. It's totally different. Like I said, in Italian, the vowels only have one sound, no matter what comes before or after. Let's see what that means. So, in Italian, here's how it goes. Calo, callo, fato, fatto. So, when the consonant is single after a vowel, the vowel before is slightly longer. Not as long as when people make fun of us. Cappuccino, spaghetti. Because Americans or English speakers do hear that Italian has this like rhythm, long and short, long, short, long. And we are totally unaware of it. Okay, so let's do some of the homework. Oh, yeah, this is an important one. Exercise 1, you'll find it in every unit. And I particularly care about it. A lot of people might underestimate it, but you say, I don't know, you find a word like
irresponsabilità.
There you go. And then if you click again, it should say it slower.
Irresponsabilità.
And what do you know? In Portuguese, it's irresponsabilidade. In English, a chair is a chair. Is it a masculine chair, a feminine chair? It's a chair. In Italian, every noun, anything you may be referring to, an abstract concept, an object, or any noun, is either masculine or feminine. And that comes with a set of endings. And so we have a masculine article and a feminine article. So let's go in order. Monkey, no. La tigre is the tiger, a female tiger. Nobody should really be so close to a tiger as to ascertain the gender, because it could be dangerous. But we don't have a neutral way of saying tiger. The name of the animal is la tigre, l'oca, la giraffa, il serpente. Snake is masculine. Now, how does this rule really come to life? Well, you'll see that there are a lot of adjectives that do behave like this. Say, elastico, plastico, elettrico. Some nouns, and that's the funnest part, are masculine in the singular and feminine in the plural ending in a. What? Well, in English you still say phenomenon, phenomena, criterion, criteria, bacteria. Many people don't know it's plural. So we got something similar. L'uovo, le uova. You can see. Okay, from the beginning of the next module, you'll be already able to describe the world around you. And for that, I think it would be handy for you to know all the colors and the numbers. Let's take a look at the colors first. All colors are masculine. Il verde, il viola, il rosso. Why? Because the word for color is masculine, right? So, il colore. Keep in mind that historically, people would refer to colors as the color of a rose, the color of an orange, the color of this and that. So sometimes these names were left, in time they became kind of independent words. But given that you're still thinking in terms of il colore, then it's il verde, il viola, il rosso. Given that, as we saw in the unit about articles, we do have to refer to colors with the article. Now, don't mistake this ending in a as the a ending of a word that is in o, used with a feminine noun. Il cappello rosso. If you want to talk about something feminine like a shirt, la camicia rossa. So you might think, well, that's a color ending in a, but no, it ends in a when it gets inflected in relation to a word that is feminine. What I'm talking about is colors such as viola or rosa, meaning the color of a violet, the color of a rose. So because of that, you just use the name of the flower itself. Should the hat be purple, you would say il cappello viola. Should it be plural, le camicie, again, viola, because it doesn't change. Then you have words that are not numbers. They express quantities. You could say they refer to numbers, but they are also approximate, right? A pair. If I say, give me a pair of napkins, give me a pair of paper towels, you could give me 3, 5, 4, or a couple, right? Un paio di giorni. Di giorni means of days. Decina is a 10, so una decina di giorni would mean around 10 days. If you come back to work after 11 days, nobody will say, hey, you said 10. I didn't say 10. I said una decina. Una decina. Una dozzina is a dozen. Una quindicina, una ventina, una trentina, una quarantina, and so on. So you can see that there is a direct correspondence. There is, c'è. There are, ci sono. And if any of this is not clear, I just stuck a little saying in there. Finché c'è vita, c'è speranza. As long as there is life, there is hope. Just something for you to learn. I like to put as many proverbs and sayings and little things, little cultural bits as much as I can. Okay, ready to start Unit 7? This is on adjectives, and I'm quite excited to start. Ready and excited are adjectives. In Italian, they are pronto and eccitato. Of course, you don't really want to say eccitato because it mostly means aroused. So, as much as I am excited to talk about adjectives, I'm not that excited. But let's begin. An adjective is Unit 8. It's about time, and it's about time we learned how to tell time in Italian. It's easy, but it's not simple. We're going to see why. Okay, so che ore sono is the correct and most common way to ask what time. Unit 9, and we're going to talk about the weather. Fun fact, weather and time are the same word in Italian, tempo. In Italian, we're not that fussy, so we could very well say it rains to say that it rains right now, because sta piovendo is double the syllables, so who's got that kind of time? Adverbs are my favorite, and here's why. Unlike articles, adjectives, nouns, and verbs, adverbs are very easy to learn. As soon as we hit verbs, which is very soon, you'll be able to speak much more than you probably expected yourself to. So I'll see you in the next unit. Okay, the alphabet. Here we go. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, and Z. What do we notice, first of all? That there are 5 letters that we don't use, J, K, W, X, and Y. We do have a name for them, ilunga, so long I, K, W, or W, or W, or V, I'll say that in a second, Y, and then X and Y. What's the mystery with the letter V? The official name is V, that's why a DVD is called DVD, or the TV is called TV. And other little acronyms like that, they retain the superficial name of V because of historical reasons. So my generation basically says V. I've never heard anybody saying V because all the other consonants have this sound. B, D, G, P, T, so V. Now let's look at the vowels. The vowels are the backbone of every Italian word. In general, their pronunciation is crisp and rigid, with only one sound corresponding to each vowel, exceptions below. What does that mean? It means that in English, the letter O, it's O. You may not be aware of it, but there are 2 sounds for the same vowel. U is U, I, A. Whereas in Italian, they're just very crisp. The sound you begin with is the same you end with. A, and that's it. U, etc. So let's go in order. A, as in pasta or car. Now, it's more like pasta, given that you say pasta like an Italian, because, if you say car, it's a more guttural A. Oh, no, it's an open A. Pasta. U, as in glue, rhubarb. Actually, more rhubarb than glue, because when you say glue, you go ooh, glue. It's, like I said, all throughout, ooh, glue. Now, for E and O, which are pronounced E and O, they have an open sound and a closed sound. So let's see what that means. The open sound of the vowel E. How about I say the vowels in Italian with their Italian sound or name, just so that you get more and more used to them. E, the open sound of E, as in the words bad, man, band, is precisely like this, E. So Italian examples are crema, tema, vello. Now compare that E sound with the closed sound E, as in bed, men, bend. So crema, or the CRE in crema, with the closed sound becomes cre, cre, crema, credo, tema, tema, vello, velo. I'm kind of exaggerating the difference in sounds right now, but I hope you can appreciate it. E. Same happens with the vowel O, or like I said, O. Cono, oro, botte, con, ora, botte. Cono, con, oro, ora, oro, ora, o, botte, botte. A similar phenomenon happens with the vowel E and U. They don't have an open and closed sound, but they have a rigid sound or a hard sound and a soft sound. What do I mean by that? The hard sound of E is when the vowel E is followed by a consonant. So, liti, pini, fili. It's just a straightforward E, as in pizza or panini or liter. The soft sound, because we don't have the letter Y, so we don't have a way to express Y in writing, we do use that sound when E is followed by a vowel. So, lieto, piano, fiala. The hard sound of U or U is when it's followed by a consonant. Same deal. Umano, tubo, acuto. By the way, notice that the letter T stays T. Vowels don't change the sound of the neighboring consonants, like in English. So, tubo. And then the liquid sound, the soft sound that goes w is uomo, quando, scuola. A word may contain up to 7 consecutive vowels. However, most words won't have any more than 4. Regardless of their combination or sequence, each vowel will retain its individual sound. Now, examples of words with 7 vowels, I can write you some, but you'll never encounter them. One of them is cuoiaiuolo, where cuoio means hide, leather. So, cuoiaio would be a place. Cuoiaio is a place where leather is amassed, processed, sold. And the person running this place is called cuoiaiuolo. U-O-I-A-I-U-O-Lo. Cuoiaiuolo. You'll never, I encountered this word now, and I'm 45 years old, and as a point of trivia, just to see how many vowels together there were in an Italian, could there have been in an Italian word. However, my students struggle already with words like gioia. Here I have the example gioiello right here. Gioiello means jewel. It's not that uncommon. I-O-I-E, gioiello. Here you can see it's a soft I. Io-ie, gioiello. Cuoio, linea aerea, aiuola, guaina, gioiello, europeo. So the guess is where the stress is, because a word like this, you won't know if it's guaina or guaina, possibly guaina, which doesn't sound very Italian. But otherwise, no matter what vowel you find and no matter what the combination, you just scan. You scan with your voice. You go k, u, o, io, cuoio, linea aerea, etc. Now, speaking of accents, the grave accent, so this one that goes, let me make it a little bigger. This accent that goes up and to the right and to the left is the grave accent, and it's the default accent that you will see on any Italian word. The accent, a graphic accent, will only appear, or more often than not appear, on the very last vowel. So, metà, caffè, lunedì, però, virtù. Doesn't matter what vowel that is, the accent is by default the one that goes up to the left. They mean half, and you have to be careful because some words like metà without the accent, meta means goal, while metà means half. Caffè, lunedì, però, virtù. Now, some words have the acute accent, so the one that goes up to the right. A word may end in e instead of e. They are usually words ending in che, like perché, finché, etc. These are conjunctions. Why? Because the word che has that sound, has the e sound, not e. So when you attach it to the end of a word, such as perché, to retain the e sound, you need to use the other accent. Otherwise, if you use the default accent that also indicates an open e, it would be pronounced perché, and the word che would lose its identity. Numbers ending in tre also have an accent, 23, 33, so 23, 33. But I don't know if you will ever type or write out a full number. And of course, words of French origin, canapé, démodé, frappé. When the stress of a word doesn't fall on the last syllable, a graphic accent is not required. In the following words, the stress will be indicated in red. So yeah, unlike Spanish, which is quite precise, and Portuguese as far as the accenting, in Italian, if the accent is not graphically marked on the last syllable, it's anybody's guess where the stress of the word is going to fall. And we ourselves learn with our teacher, with our peers, with our parents, with the TV or something. So now, these words have the stress on any syllable, which is not the last one. So, immaginalo, occupatene, pentola, tenere, tenere. Immaginalo If you see it all black, such as in a newspaper or any text, it would be anybody's guess if it's immaginalo, 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 or immaginalo. For sure it's not immaginalo, because in that case it would have the accent on it. In case of uncertainty, even native speakers resort to a dictionary, where the stress of a word will always be marked with an accent. In the case of e and o, it will also indicate whether it is the open or closed sound. The following words are displayed as they would be in a dictionary. Sempre, pecora, oro, orso. So you can see how the accent goes left or right based on whether it's an open E or a closed E, an open O or a closed O. In other words, a dictionary will tell you what pecora means, that the accent goes on the E, and that the sound of the E is closed. An accent can be used to distinguish two words with identical spelling. They're called diacritic accents. So compare la with la. There's no sound distinction. It's just, like I said, to distinguish one from the other. When you see la, also, why would you put a stress on a one vowel word? An accent can only go on a vowel, so there's no doubt. You cannot, there's no doubt on where the accent can fall in this word. It's just two letters, and it cannot be on the L. So, but la with an accent means there. La without means the or her. Li means there again. We have two words for that. And li means them. E means is. E means and. So here there's a distinction. Also in the sound. The word that means is an open, choppy sound. E. The word that means and is slightly longer and closed. E. Da and da, no difference. Just a convention. Ne and ne, se and se, si, si, di, di, te, te. Here there's a difference. Te with the accent means T, te means you or to you, and it has the closed sound. I hope you can recognize it by now. In the above examples, the accent is mandatory. Some other times an accent is used when the meaning of a word is not clear from the context. So what does that mean? That some words like ancora and ancora, vestiti and vestiti, capitano and capitano, very rarely in a written text where the intonation is not clear enough or the context is not clear enough. Say there's a context when they may be talking about an anchor, and they might have to say ancora, which means again. So in these very rare instances, they would mark one or the other with an accent. Finally, here are the most common monosyllables with more than one vowel that require an accent. So ciò, whenever you say ciò or you want to write ciò, it has to go with the accent. Già, giù, più, può. Now let's talk about the consonants. The letter H is always silent in Italian. It appears only in 4 instances. In the verb avere, so to have, it retains the H from Latin, and even that is diacritic, if that's the correct term, function, meaning that it helps you distinguish o, meaning I have, from o, meaning or. O means I have, and then o means or. You can see that o is open, is the open o, and o is the closed sound. O, o. So suppose you want to say, I have, well, it's a kind of a surreal sentence, but let's say, I have a cat or a dog. Ho un cane o un gatto. Ho un cane o un gatto. So I, similarly, means you have, whereas I, without the H, means, oh, many things. It means to the or at the. Like if I say I don't know, ai Caraibi, that means in the Caribbean. Hanno with the H means they have. They have, whereas I said have, whereas anno means year. And then a means he or she has. And a without the H means at or to. Then, of course, exclamations such as oh, ah, a. Again, a, we don't say hey, and even if we put it in the middle of the word, we just don't pronounce it. It's silent. The letter H also is used to harden the sound of C and G before E and I. We'll see that in a couple of seconds. So, to make the sound che, chi, ge, gi, think of spaghetti, Lamborghini, maccheroni, Chianti, Chianti. In foreign words like hotel, hangar, notice how I'm saying them. It's not hotel, given that it's French, so they don't even say the H. Hotel, hangar. Double consonants. Now we're getting into the fun stuff. Italian has double consonants that have to be pronounced double. So, what does that mean? That English also has double consonants, but they just tweak the sound of the vowel before. Possibly after, for sure before. Think of cuter and cutter. It's totally different. Like I said, in Italian, the vowels only have one sound, no matter what comes before or after. Let's see what that means. All consonants except H and Q can be doubled, which results in an intensification of the consonant sound and a shortening of the preceding vowel. So the vowel doesn't quite change its nature, but it may sound a little shorter. So let's see what happens here. Now, in English, you can compare I do it with I do it. And there are many more examples. I was watching a video on YouTube just a few weeks ago. And the guy was Slavic, and he was saying background. I was like, background? And he wouldn't say background. Now, in English, it's different consonants, C, K, G. But you can see what I mean by background, background. Or, can't think of the other one. There was another good one. So, in Italian, here's how it goes. Calo, callo, fato, fatto. So, when the consonant is single after a vowel, the vowel before is slightly longer. Not as long as when people make fun of us. Cappuccino, spaghetti. Because Americans or English speakers do hear that Italian has this like rhythm, long and short, long, short, long, and we are totally unaware of it. I remember when I first moved to the States, I was like, why do people say that? Spaghetti. But especially before a double T. But no, we do, after I, kind of honed my ear, we do make a vowel a little longer. Calo, calo, calo. As opposed to Spanish. Spanish is much more like a metronome. Ta, 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 calo. We say calo, calo. On the opposite, when you have two consonants, callo, you go from the C, from the K to the L. And the A is very short, just to move from one to the other. Callo. The suspension is between one L and the other one. Callo, callo. And it won't work if you say callo. If you make that vowel too long, you won't be able to suspend the two L's or T's or F's or whatever. So, calo, callo, fato, fatto. Now I'll say these words without any exaggeration. Calo, callo, fato, fatto. Or I'll just say the first two. Calo, callo, calo, callo, calo, callo, calo, callo. Fato, fatto, fato, fatto, fato, fatto. It's minimal, but it's we do perceive it, and there can be a difference in meaning. Okay, so the letter Q, I said you won't find it double, but we do have some words like, let's we have the word, the most famous one is soqquadro. Soqquadro means like a heck of a mess. Like if the burglars come in and you come back home, you see the cushions thrown away, the drawers on the floor, and all the pictures moved. They left the house a soqquadro. And then biquadro is another one. It comes from a that is musical lingo. But I mean, I found that out a couple of weeks ago, just again, as a point of trivia. Nobody knows the word biquadro. So, however, when you do want to double the letter Q, you resort to CQ. Just like in English, there's no K, but you have CK. So, here it says what I just said. So, quale, questo, qui, quota, acqua. The letter Q is always followed by U, so like in English. Qua, que, qui, quo. You want to say it double, acqua. It's not aqua, it's acqua, acquerello, acquisto, acquoso. Now we're going to talk about voiceless and voiced consonants. Voiceless means that you don't require your voice box to be engaged to say certain consonants, such as p, k, t, f. And of course, Q is the same as a C. Or let's say p, ch, t, f, k. Now, you can say pa, 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 and think I am engaging the voice box, but you only engage it when you go a for p. You don't need it. Should you engage the voice box before the uttering of p, then it becomes b. So pa and ba are related. If I said pa ba pa ba pa ba pa ba in a whisper, you wouldn't know what I'm saying. You wouldn't know which sound it is. Pa ba pa ba pa ba pa ba. The reason why I'm talking about this is that letters such as S and Z or Z do react and sound differently based on whether they're preceding a voiced or an or voiceless consonant. So, summing up, the voiceless consonants are P, C, T, F, Q, P, Ch, T, F, Q, and the voiced ones are B, G, D, V, L, M, N, R. How can you say N without voice? You know, you have to go N, M, L, R. Right, now we're going to see how the letter S behaves in relation to the voiced consonants. So the voiced version of the letter S, which is Z. To make a point, when the sound is without voice, is S. See, it's the same. Your mouth is engaged in the same way. One is without voice, one is with voice. Okay, now we're going to see the voiced aspect of the letter S. So Z. When it's between two vowels, casa, naso, rosa, uso. Exceptions, when it's between two vowels, but it's also one of the vowels is part of a prefix. So sociale has the other sound, S. So when it's preceded by the prefix A, which makes it, asocial, it remains S, asociale, because otherwise asociale would make the word lose its identity. Same with the suffix. Vestendo means while dressing. Vestendosi means while getting dressed. And so it is an S between two vowels, but it's actually two words together. When the letter S is followed by a voiced consonant, so B, D, G, L, M. Sbirro, sdentato, sgombro, slitta, asma. I remember when I moved back to Italy after maybe 4 years in the States, I asked my brother-in-law, what is this teeny tiny car called? And he said, smart. And that kind of jumped to my, ears, not to my eyes, because it's an English word, smart. And in English you say smart. There's no concept, or we English speakers don't give any importance to whether a letter is voiced or voiceless when it follows an S. But in Italian, M causes an S to go Z, smart. So the opposite is also true. My American students would say sbirro, sdentato, sgombro, slitta, asma. No, z. You engage the voice box first. Sbirro, sdentato, sgombro, slitta, asma. And that's the only two instances. Now, the letter S is voiceless, so s. When, we're going to see. When it's at the beginning of a word and it's followed by a vowel, so a simple syllable, S vowel. Sale, seme, silenzio, sole, sugo. When it's double, sasso, sesso, abisso, lusso. Think of the word possession. We would say, and we do say, possesso, because it's double. The only sound would be s. Sasso, sesso, abisso, lusso. When it's followed by a voiceless letter, scudo, sfida, spesa, stato. When it follows a consonant, so after an L, an N, an R, and another N, falso, ansia, orso, intenso. When it is part of a closed compound word, so gira sole, sole means sun, girare means to turn, girasole is a sunflower, or a turnflower as we call it, so you wouldn't say girasole, because otherwise it would lose its identity. The word sole is in there. So girasole. It doesn't matter that this S is between two vowels. Porta sapone. Same stuff. The letter Z can be voiced or voiceless based on the sounds that precede or follow it. Now, the voiced sound of Z is never Z, like in, I don't know, any English word. Say Zen, it's Z, like there's a D before, like Led Zeppelin, or the beds are messy or something. So this Z sound is at the beginning of a word if the next syllable is also voiced. So this letter, this word begins with a Z, but the next consonant is a B, so it's voiced. B, not P. B. So you say zebra, not zebra. Zebra, zodiaco, zona, zero. When it's followed by two vowels, the first of which is not I. So zaino, Zeus, zoologia. Here's where my English-speaking students are tempted to resort to their English sensibility. They say zaino. No, zaino. You may not know if it's zaino or zaino, but A is A, I is I. E is E, U is U. Zeus. Zoologia. When it is found between two vowels, so nazareno, ozono, azoto. And then in the suffix izzare, which makes verbs such as organizzare, armonizzare, which you will never guess what they mean in English. Organizzare, armonizzare. The voiceless sound of Z, so ts, as in pizza, happens when it's at the beginning of a word and it's followed this time by a voiceless syllable or consonant. No, syllable, because, you know, there's Z, there's a vowel, and then the next syllable starts with a voiceless letter. K, so zucca. So zitto, p, so zappa. Now I gotta say I'm from the north, and in various regions of Italy, some of us do say zucca, zitto, zappa, but you know, I'm teaching you standard Italian. Exceptions, zeta, so even if there's a T, you say zeta, not zeta, zafferano, zaffiro. The letters zeta is also voiceless when it's followed by two vowels, this time the first of which is I. So, zio, polizia, garanzia, grazia, divorzio, razione. And again, I use these two sets of words, zio, zia, 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 zio, zio, to show you how there's just no telling where the accent is going to be. You just need to know. Exception to this point is the word azienda, which means corporation. Double Z is always voiceless, so pazzo, razza, cozza. Exceptions are rozzo, mezzo, azzurro. Actually, the same word razza exists as razza. Razza means race, race as in ethnicity, and razza means manta ray, the shark. When the letter Z follows L, that's also voiceless, so ts, calza, milza, alzare. When the verb ends in zare, so not izzare, but any other vowel, so ezzare, uzzare, ozzare, azzare, that is voiceless. Ammazzare, spezzare, mozzare. For the same money, I'll throw in, since we're just among us, puzzare, which means to stink. Didn't feel like putting that in the official file. All right, to stink, nice. In words that end in enza or anza, resistenza, costanza, a lot of my students say, what do they say? Even just words like this, resistenza. No, it's never za when it's followed by an N, or in the suffix enza, anza, costanza. Like in English you say extravaganza. In Italian it's actually stravaganza. Words that end in erzo, orzo, orza, terzo, sforzo, forza. Now we do have the word orzo, which means barley, but that's not an ending, it's the word itself. Orzo, barley. Barley. Letters C and G behave in similar ways. Now, this is an earful, so you might want to pause the video a little bit, because what happens is that the letter C has a soft sound and a hard sound. And the same happens in English, by the way. So let's go with the letter C, right? In relation to all the vowels, that gives us ka, or let's say C, chi-a, chi-e, chi-i, chi-o, chi-u, right? That's C plus all the vowels, a, e, i, o, u. Now, how do you read that? Ka, che, chi, ko, ku. You're like, great. But the same happens in English, right? You would read these words and in a second know that it's one sound or the other. Carrot, celebrity, cinema, copper, cult. You wouldn't say celebrity, kinema, and you wouldn't say saret, supper, salt, right? Thing is that in Italian, the letter C never ever sounds like S. The only sound are k or ch, so to speak, right? So, the k sound is what I call the hard sound. And it works like in English. Ka, ko, ku. So, in the presence of a, o, u, it stays hard. E and I are the softeners, and they don't force the letter C into sounding like an S, but they do force it into a ch sound. And that's what this explains here. The letter C is hard when followed by A, O, U, and H. Casa, conto, culla, che, chi. Now, it's very easy to remember che, chi, because che means which. It also means what sometimes, or that. Chi means who. So you get to hear them a lot. Che, chi. Whenever you hear che, chi, there's an H. Whenever you see an H, it's che, chi. Or I could tell you that you do have that sound even in English. A lot of people are thrown off by the CH because they think of chips or chap or chop. But how about archive? How about chiropractor? How about chemist? Right? So think of those. Che, chi. Now the same happens with the letter G. A, O, U, H. Gatto, gonna, gusto, spaghetti, Lamborghini. Ge, gi. Now the soft sound of C is ch. Voce, cena, cipolla, ceci. Ceci is a good word to remember. It means chickpeas. Once you remember that ceci exists and that it sounds like this and it's spelled like this, you'll be like, all right, so E and I, or E and E, force C to sound like ch. If you remember ceci and che and chi, meaning what and who, then you can make sense of all this stuff. Voce, cena, cipolla, ceci. The soft sound of j, of G is j. This is a little trickier than in English, because in English you have get, but you also have gesture, and it's the same GE. In Italian, again, E and I, I'm going to write it here. E and I are softeners. They force C and G to sound like ch and j, whereas H is a hardener. So they force C and G to sound like k. And when do you use the hardener? When there is an E or an I. So whenever you want C in relation to E to not sound like che, you put an H, and that's your ke. You don't put the H, and that's che. This is chi, this is ki. This is G, this is gi, this is je, this is ge. I hope it's clear. So, soft sound, gelato. Gelato everybody knows, right? Gelato, gesto, it's like gesture. Giro, agile. When C or G are followed by I plus vowel, the letter I acts as a softener, and it's not pronounced unless the accent falls on it. What does that mean? Common words, focaccia, you can see that it's CA and CA, but this CA, this C is forced to be pronounced soft, so ch, by this I. It doesn't mean that you say focaccia, just focaccia, ca-cha. Again, here you have the double consonant, so it's not focaccia, focaccia. Do you hear the difference between focaccia, 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 cha, focaccia, 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 focaccia. Cioccolato is another good example. If this double C wasn't there, it would be cioccolato, but it's cioccolato. But this is not the point of this thing. The point is that with the I, what is CO, co, with an I in the middle becomes cio, cioccolato. And again, you don't say cioccolato, cioccolato. Giorgio, the I is there. Otherwise, it would be Gorgo. Giorgio, my name is Sergio, not Sergio. Sergio. However, when the accent is on the I, of course you got to say it, right? Otherwise, you cannot not say it. Magia, farmacia. The soft sound, the soft C sound, the soft C sounds like sh when preceded by an S. So, CIA, we've ascertained that it's cha, right? CE, che. CI, chi. CIO, cho. CIU, chu. But when it's preceded by an S, they bleed into one another and they turn into a sh. Because in Italian there is no sh. So, sciarpa, scena, sci, liscio, asciutto. I wanted to say something else about the CI. So, yeah, in English you have something like accident. You have two C's and you want to pronounce one different than the other when you say an Italian word. No, double C, if it's preceded, followed by A o U, it's kakoku, but stronger. So, cioccolato. And when it's followed by an I and another vowel, it's ch. It's a stronger ch. I cannot express it at the beginning of a word because you cannot start with two C's in Italian. But again, focaccia, it's not focaxia or anything like accident. It's just cha, but stronger. Focaccia. Sorry for insisting, but this is a tough one for many English speakers. It's a very hard one to overcome. That's why I'm trying to make it clear and super clear. Now, GN sounds like the ñ in piña colada or ñe, 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 ñe. Spagna, Agnese, Bagni, Regno, Gnu. GLI, followed by a vowel, is the bane of any Italian learner, unless they speak Catalan or Portuguese or Russian. But it's a very distinct sound. It's or Gaelic. I learned from an Irish student. You have this y sound, and that's exactly how it sounds. It's a l, but not the l that you make with the tip of your tongue, like la 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 la. It's the o in bell, or yeah, bell. But then you squash the tongue flat against your palate, and you force the air to come out of the sides of your tongue. So it's l, paglia, moglie, gli, aglio. So as it explains in the line above, it's like the ly in I'll kill ya, I'll tell ya, ya. Try your best. Speaking of try your best, the letter R is pronounced with the trill that is common to Spanish and Scottish. So Rufus, or the R. A lot of people don't realize that it's the same sound as in gotta go or get it done, get it, get it. It's just spelled differently, but it's the same R. The double R is a different thing. Actually, it's much of the same. It's just making the tip of your tongue vibrate. By the way, I got geckos all over and howling monkeys and birds because I live in the tropical forest and they're out of my control. So I apologize for any such interruption. Okay, so what happens when you say R and what happens when you say R? This is your palate, R, your hard palate. So right behind your front teeth. This is the tip of your tongue. Start with the T, which is, the Italian T is not soft like T, it's more like T, like in New Jersey. What are you gonna do? T and D, same. T, to do, to do, to do, to do. So you say the sound by moving the tip of your tongue further back. To say T, you touch right behind your teeth. To say T, you go a little further back. So this is your T. If you separate the tip of your tongue and you produce enough air to make the tip of your tongue vibrate, you go trrr, trrr, trrr. So the letter T is the easiest one to practice this letter from. And then once you get the mechanism, you can apply that to any other vowel or by itself. So what happens is that it's sensitive to the distance between the tip of your tongue and the palate. So this is me saying a double R with the tongue too far. It just won't vibrate. See? So the distance is critical, but also the pressure of the air coming from my throat. So that's the theory. The rest is up to you. Practice knowing all this in front of the mirror. Look where your tongue hits, if it hits, how far, how fast, move it up, move it down. But that's the theory. That's all that the tongue is supposed to do. Now, the difference is the same between faro and farro, caro and carro. So you can see how it's the same word. If you say caro when you mean carro, you're saying expensive instead of saying cart. The apostrophe, and we're almost done. Apostrophe, this is the biggest topic. This is just a summary. Generally speaking, an apostrophe is placed when a word ends in a vowel and the next word begins with a vowel or H, because it's always silent, right? Unless you're saying words like Hrvatski. In Croatian, in most languages, the letter H is followed by a vowel, and given that it's silent in Italian, we just consider the following vowel. The first word has the last letter removed, and the two words are joined by an apostrophe and pronounced as a single word. That's important because take the first one, la anatra. A lot of my students say la anatra because they want to pronounce that apostrophe, otherwise why is it there? Well, guess what? Do you say it's? Do you say don't? No, you just say it's, don't. So, l'anatra. L'orso doesn't exist. You have to say l'orso. And it doesn't matter that it's a, o. Case in point, the next word is o, a. Lo artista becomes l'artista. So these are instances where it happens between the article and the noun. La incudine, l'incudine. Una ora, un'ora. An apostrophe can also happen between an articulated preposition and a noun and an adjective, or an adjective. What's an articulated preposition? We'll see it in quite a while. But basically it means of the, in the. They turn into one word in Italian. So just like you don't say la acqua, you say l'acqua. If you want to say in the water, nell'acqua becomes nell'acqua. Sull'armadio, dell'imbuto. And again, you read it like it's one word. Dell'imbuto, sull'armadio. Between certain adjectives and a noun or adjective. Questo albero, so this tree, becomes quest'albero. Bello albero, a beautiful tree, becomes un bell'albero. Sometimes some verbs have the apostrophe. L'ho visto becomes l'ho visto. Lo abbiamo, l'abbiamo. Ci è, c'è. In many other instances, an apostrophe may or may not be used. These are the cases in which it's mandatory. More on this when we discuss elision and truncation, and that's going to be fun. Okay, so let's do some of the homework. Oh, yeah, this is an important one. Exercise 1, you'll find it in every unit, and I particularly care about it. A lot of people might, underestimate it, but write down and learn all the vocabulary of this unit, including the words in the following exercises. Check the pronunciation on Google Translate by typing the word and clicking on the speaker icon. Should you not know what I'm talking about, let me just do it right now. Here, Google Translate. So, you say, I don't know, you find a word like a long one. Irresponsabilità. And you don't know how it's pronounced, right? So you click here.
Irresponsabilità.
There you go. And then if you click again, it should say it slower.
Irresponsabilità.
And what do you know? In Portuguese, it's irresponsabilidade. So that's how you use Google Translate. It's not the most accurate tool, but I warmly recommend you use it for your homework, to satisfy any curiosity you may have, day, night, whenever. It's good to learn a language curiosity-based. Have whatever triggers your interest, just look it up. And then now you know what irresponsabilità means and how to pronounce it. So do that with every word you've seen so far, because sooner or later you gotta learn them all. You gotta use them all. So you know that già means already. Isn't that a handy word to know? Ancora means again. Isn't that a handy one? Pentola means pot. Virtù means virtue. Just write them all down. Make your own dictionary. And that's going to be only good for you. Okay, so exercise 1. We've talked about. Now, exercise 2. Practice the pronunciation of the following words. If you notice, these are words that contain all the 5 vowels. I'll just do the first 3 for you. So here's the infallible technique. First you read the vowels. Of course, you gotta know by now the sounds of the vowels, right? A, E, I, O, U. And you go A, I, U, O, E. So you know that word has to sound like A, I, U, O, E. And then you attach the consonants onto these vowels. Apicultore. The challenge, if you're an English speaker, is to not fall in the temptation of saying apicultore, because it doesn't matter that there is an L or an R or anything after this U. It will remain U, A, I, U, O, E. Second one, E, U, I, A, O. Decuplicato. A, I, U, O, E. Antirumore, etc. So you can have fun with this. Practice the pronunciation of the following words. pala, palla, colo, collo, etc. It's about the double consonants. Practice the pronunciation of the following words. Oh, that's creative. So, yes, it's about the sound of S. Is it S or is it Z? This word, how do you know if it's azole or azole or asole or asole? Meaning, how do you know where the accent goes and if it's a silent S or a voiced S? You're going to have to go to Google. Let's see what it says. Let's type azole. Let's see what comes out. How about we switch to English? Okay, it means buttonholes. And how do you pronounce? So here, guess what? It says that azole turns out to be a plural word. And so the actual word is azola, and that the accent goes on the first A. So now you know everything there is to know. Azola means buttonhole. Azole, buttonholes. So you know that it's not a prefix. And does it even say, oh, look, there's a dot under the S. Let me make it bigger. So see, that means that it's a Z sound and not a S sound. Okay, so I've learned something myself. Etc. So be proactive. Do use all the tools that you have. Everybody has internet, so just use everything you can use from the internet to learn this language that you want to learn. So same with mese, messe, etc. Sound of Z, azzurro, azzerato, zero, etc. The sound of C, sometimes it's K, sometimes it's Ch. Cane, foca, foce. So, like I said in exercise 1, do figure out the meaning of all these words. Sounds of G, ghiaccio, gelo, ghisa, etc. So, I hope I wasn't too all over the place. I'll see you for the next, what should we call it? The next unit, number 2. And have fun doing the exercises. Okay, so this time we're talking about the articles. What are articles? In English, you only have 2 options, the and a or an, if a word begins with a vowel. In Italian, we have many more options because of the gender and number of each noun. So let's go in order. Every Italian noun must express gender, meaning masculine or feminine, and number, meaning singular or plural, either by their own endings or by the articles and adjectives that are related to them. In other words, in English, a chair is a chair. Is it a masculine chair, a feminine chair? It's a chair. In Italian, every noun, anything you may be referring to, an abstract concept, an object, or any noun, is either masculine or feminine. And that comes with a set of endings. And so we have a masculine article and a feminine article. So let's go in order. First of all, let's take a look at this chart. Let's go with the masculine. Il, lo, and the feminine is la, plural. I, gli, le. You may wonder, why 2 masculine articles? There's only 1 masculine and 1 feminine. So we'll see all that. And then the ways, so these are ways to say the. The ways to say a, like say you want to say the cat, il gatto, you want to say a cat, un gatto, right? Just so we know what we're talking about here. The definite article indicates a common noun or previously mentioned subject or item. This is pretty much just like English, so I won't get too much into detail. The indefinite article indicates something that was not previously mentioned or belonging to a broad or something that belongs to a broad category, meaning that if a cat just appears in my garden, I don't see, hey, look, there's the cat outside, because we didn't know there was a cat. A cat means just some cat. Then there's the partitive article, which means some and indicates an unspecified part of a whole, like there's some pasta in the fridge. Okay, so without further ado, let's take a look at the definite masculine article, which is il, not ill, il. Use the L that you pronounce with the tip of your tongue, la 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 la, il. Il bambino, il cane, il pilota. So, il is the definite article used with masculine nouns or adjectives beginning with most consonants. So a B, a C, a P, as it shows in these examples. Il bambino, it means the boy. It's just a masculine noun. Of course, boy is masculine, but pilot, in and of itself, it's, okay, you could say historically a pilot was more often than not a man. But it's a man, it's a masculine noun ending in a. Cane is a masculine noun ending in e. Bambino is a masculine noun ending in o. This is a little preview into a future lesson. A lot of beginners with Italian just think that o means masculine and a means feminine. So that's why I chose these nouns, to show you that it could be anything. But the moment you see il, you know it to be a masculine noun. Il bambino, il cane, il pilota. So what about lo? When do you say lo? Lo is used when a masculine noun or adjective begins with, and here's a big list: S plus consonant, lo stato, lo specchio. So whenever you have S and another consonant, ST, SP, SC, SD, you name it. Whenever a word begins with Z or Z, lo zio, lo zucchero. Whenever a word begins with Y sound, whether it's a Y or I plus vowel, lo yoga, lo yodio. If a word begins with GN, gnocco, you may have heard of gnocchi. Well, one of those dumplings is called gnocco. Lo gnocco, you don't say il gnocco, you don't say il gnu, you say lo gnu. Now, why do you say lo instead of il? It's just a matter of phonetics. At some point, somebody decided that, say, take a word like strumento. Strumento begins with 3 consonants, strumento. Now, if you want to say il strumento, it's not the easiest sound to produce, il strumento, and that's why we go with, again, bear with me, I have a new wireless keyboard, lo strumento. You might wonder what's so complicated about saying il gnocco, il zio, il yoga. I don't know. Somebody decided that for words that begin, masculine words, that begin with these consonants, which I call funky consonants in my online lessons with my students, I call these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 consonants, funky consonants. So S plus consonant, Z, Y, Ny, Ps, Pn, Pt, Ks. You could see how it would be appreciated to have a little respite from that O of lo. Imagine saying il psicotico. Most of my American or English-speaking students have a hard time even saying a word that begins with PS. Okay, there's a lot of psychology in learning a language, and they might probably think, oh, in my language we say psychotic, why do I have to say ps? But, you know, if you can say Pepsi, you can say lopsi, lopsicotico. But the point is, just like they have a hard time beginning with PS, PN, imagine saying that after il. So that's the reason why we have 2 masculine articles. Lo is for the funky consonants, il for any other consonants. So going on, lo psicotico, lo pseudonimo. Again, notice how we say every vowel. Eu, lo pseudonimo. Now, how many times will you have to say pseudonym? I don't know. But again, I'm giving you the 100% of what needs to be learned about Italian, and then you pick and choose. That's the beauty of these pre-recorded lessons. You just focus on what you think is important at the moment, but you can always go back to them. Lo pneumatico, lo pterodattilo, lo xilofono. So as it says here, these letters result hard to pronounce after the L of il. Of the above, the first 5 are the most important to remember, and it's true. So just retain S plus consonant, like lo stato, lo studente. Studente is a pretty common word. And you need to remember that it's not il studente, but lo studente. It's not il specchio, but lo specchio, lo zio, lo zucchero, lo yoga, etc. Now, la is the feminine article, and it's pretty easy. It's just la for all of them. La bambina, la luce, la crisi. Again, little preview into future lessons. Notice how feminine nouns, yes, do end in a, but just as well in e or I, sometimes I. La bambina, la luce, la crisi. You see the word crisi, you're like, geez, masculine or feminine? The moment you see that it's preceded by la, then you know it's a feminine noun. A word beginning with a vowel or H requires the article to drop its vowel. Lo becomes L apostrophe and la becomes L apostrophe. So let's go back to the chart. So far we've seen lo, il, lo, and la. Both lo and la, when they're followed by a noun that begins with a vowel, they drop their last vowel and they become just L apostrophe. So, animale means animal. You would have never guessed, huh? Animale means animal. It's a masculine noun. So if you go to a dictionary, an Italian dictionary, you would find animale, and then it would say sostantivo maschile. Sostantivo means noun. M stands for masculine. So you would know that the article is either il or lo, because it begins with an animal, with a vowel. You know that it's not il animale, but your only other option, as we've seen, is lo, but automatically it turns into, lo becomes l, l'animale. And again, do not read out the apostrophe. It's not l'animale, l'animale, l'hotel, l'antenna. Why l'hotel? Because H is always silent. That's why it says vowel or H. Antenna, l'antenna. The two words joined by the apostrophe are pronounced as one. Now, the plural is I, gli, le. So, where you have il bambino, you say I bambini, the child, the children. Lo studente, gli studenti. L'animale, gli animali. Remember this funky sound? Gli. It's not li, it's not, certainly not gli or gli. Forget the G sound. It's a GLI. It's y. It's just a conventional combination of consonants or letters to make you understand that you need to say gli. La bambina, le bambine. L'antenna, le antenne. So the apostrophe is only in the singular. You see, l'animale, gli animali. You can see that it's lo originally because the plural becomes gli. So you know that it's lo animale, except lo animale you will just never say. It directly, automatically becomes l'animale. La antenna becomes l'antenna, but in the plural, le antenne. No need of apostrophe in the plural. La crisi is a funky feminine noun in I that remains the same. The indefinite article, so ways to say a or an, it's un in Italian, and it's the indefinite article used with masculine nouns or adjectives beginning with most consonants or a vowel this time, other than I plus vowel. So, un corresponds to il, where you say the cat, a cat, you say il gatto, un gatto. Let me write cat, because I don't think we've seen that yet. So, il gatto. Okay, I'll swallow my pride and look at the keyboard. Il gatto, un gatto. So, the cat, a cat. They tend to correspond. However, where in the definite article you say lo, for example, well, let's say, yes, lo animale, we've seen, becomes l'animale, but it's still lo. In the case of the indefinite article, you still say un. un animale. In other words, you don't go like this. This one, if I could make it red, I mean I could, but it's like too complicated at this point. Just no. Why? Because un plus the apostrophe is only in the feminine, and that's what we're going to see in a second. So, un bambino, un cane, un pilota, un animale, un hotel. We've seen all these nouns with il. Il bambino, il cane, un pilota, il pilota, un pilota. L'animale, un animale. L'hotel, un hotel. Meaning the child, a child, the dog, a dog, etc. Uno, again, it's like lo. That's why you add this o. Because just like it's complicated to say il studente and you resort to lo studente, when you want to say a student, you don't say un studente, you say uno studente. So uno is used in relation to the same letters that require lo. Uno studente, uno zio, uno yogurt, uno gnomo, which means a gnome. Una is the feminine, una bambina, una luce, una crisi. However, when una is followed by a word that begins with a vowel, there goes the apostrophe again. Una amica, you would never say una ora, una insegnante. You go straight to saying un'amica, un'ora, un insegnante. Given that the indefinite article is formed around the word for one, uno, it does not have a plural in and of itself. The plural of the partitive article is used instead. So let's go back to the partitive article. Partitive article means of them, of the. Actually, it doesn't mean. It's formed by the preposition di, which means of. So in other words, there's a correspondence, as we're going to see right away, between il and del, where del is the preposition di, which means of, plus the article il. Now, sometimes, and that's for quite a few lessons in the future, del will mean of the. But in this case, they're spelled the same, they're the identical same word, but they're used as an article, as a partitive article. So that's what we're considering only right now. Dei, degli, delle. So where you say I gatti for the cats, you say dei gatti, some cats. Where you say gli studenti, the students, you say some students, degli studenti. Le bambine, delle bambine. Which is why I didn't put this as the plural of un, but they actually do match. If you say there is a child outside, un bambino. If there are some children, dei bambini. Now, for the look, I put these plural partitive articles only here because they do correspond. Del, dei, dello, degli, della, delle. Just like you have il, I, lo, gli, la, le. You see? Lo, the same lo is here. Lo, gli, la, le. I hope it's clear that they follow exactly the same pattern. But we'll see in a second when the singular partitive article is used. So back to the partitive articles. Del, dello, della. Actually, we're going to see right now. And del, why would you say? When do you say del? When a word begins with a vowel, whether it's masculine or feminine. Follow the same rules for definite articles, given that they are a combination of the preposition di and the definite articles, which is exactly what I've been saying here. They are used before uncountable nouns. What's an uncountable noun? Like milk. When is the last time you said milks? You know, some things are only in the singular. Substances, certain feelings, certain abstract nouns, etc. So, del pane, della pasta. Like I said before, there is some pasta in the fridge, which I write here. C'è della pasta. C'è della... Oh, come on. This keyboard is tiny, a little tinier than mine. C'è della pasta nel frigo. There. Now you've learned how to say there is some pasta in the fridge. Pasta. C'è della pasta nel frigo. Because it's uncountable. Pasta. Pasta is pasta. You wouldn't say pastas. Now, the plural is what I said before. It gets used more as the equivalent plural of un, uno, una, un bambino, dei bambini, un cane, dei cani, un insegnante, degli insegnanti. Un hotel, degli hotel, uno studente, degli studenti, una bambina, delle bambine, un insegnante, delle insegnanti, una crisi, delle crisi. Again, notice that the apostrophe is only applied in the singular. Note that degli, like gli, is used before the funky consonants as well as before vowels. Okay, so you can look at this list and notice it yourself. Now, here's an important point. One thing that should be clear is that while remaining true to gender and number, the articles mutate entirely based on the letter that follows them. Meaning that lo zio, yes, you do say lo zio, because zio requires lo. But il mio zio favorito is my favorite uncle. In other words, lo is not always the article for zio. Zio is a masculine noun. You require the masculine article. Which article? The one that applies, based on what follows right after the article. If right after the article, masculine singular, you have the actual word zio, then you gotta use lo. It's like two faces of the same coin. If you have a definite masculine definite article coin, one is lo, one is li. And it's like chemistry. You have a name that begins with a funky consonant, it goes back to, it switches immediately to lo. If after the article there's a common consonant, so like an M in this case, when you want to say my favorite uncle, it goes back to il mio zio favorito. L'anno means the year. Why? Because it begins with a vowel. L'anno. You want to say the second year, you go back to il, because if it's followed by an S, il secondo anno. La bambina, but l'altra bambina, because altra begins with a vowel. I hope it's clear, because sometimes it's people tend to think that for this word I only need this article, and for that word I only need that article. No, for a masculine noun you need a masculine article. Which article? It depends on the initial consonant. As far as the application of the articles, it's a little trickier than in English. If you want to say the mailman or the mail is here, okay, it's that thing that we expect, that we know is supposed to come, that does come every once in a while. So the mail, you wouldn't say a mail is here. So for the most part, the definite article the corresponds with the times you say illo, la, igli, le. But there are many instances where you don't. For example, with titles, say an article would say President-elect Joe Biden just declared blah blah blah. We say il presidente, the president. So before president, Mr., doctor, well, you name it, any title. Il signor Rossi means Mr. Rossi. Il presidente Conte means President Conte. Then with geographical nouns, followed by their names. So a noun is river, a name is Mississippi. So il lago Maggiore, you would just say Lake Maggiore. Or say Lake Ontario, in Italian would be il lago Ontario. Il Monte Rosa, with proper nouns of countries and large islands. La Francia, il Portogallo, la Sicilia, la Sardegna. So if you want to say Italy is my favorite country, you actually have to say the Italy is my favorite country, l'Italia. If it's France, la Francia. If it's Portugal, il Portogallo. Exceptions, Malta, Cuba, Cipro. Sorry, I had to take a little break because the howling monkeys were starting to serenade us, and it's a very obnoxious sound. Now that the sunset is about to be over, of course there's another bird here, But anyway, when howling monkeys start getting all excited about sunset, it's really hard to, or at least I find it really hard to teach with ooh, 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 ooh. So, okay, so where was I? Oh, sorry. I think I called a baby. Oh boy. So, I'm sorry. So, la Francia, il Portogallo, la Sicilia, la Sardegna. Exceptions: Malta, Cuba, Cipro. They are islands, they are nations, but is Cyprus a nation? I don't know. But they're big islands and nations, but they don't require the article. With substances, gold is becoming more and more rare. We say the gold, l'oro, la lana, la cannella, gli spaghetti. With any foodstuff, with any dish, with any ingredient, we use the article. With broad categories like ideologies, feelings, abstract concepts, religions, la gente, il socialismo, l'amore. So you want to say love is in the air, we say the love is in the air, etc. La gente. Now, let me take a little sidestep and tell you about this word, la gente. You can see it's feminine and singular, la gente, a feminine noun ending in e. So when in English you think of people, you say people are, we say la gente è. Think of it as the crowd is. So keep in mind, gente means people, but it's feminine singular. With languages, l'italiano, l'inglese, you want to say Italian is my favorite language. L'italiano è la mia lingua favorita, because you need the article before a language and before a possessive, such as mia. L'italiano, let me write it here. Oh, I just already wrote it. Yeah, that's from the part of video that got messed up by the monkeys. So yes, la gente è pazza. The people is crazy. See, it's all feminine singular. La pazza. We'll see this in the next lesson. L'italiano è la mia lingua favorita. The Italian is my favorite language. Note that favorite goes after language. Now with colors, it's the same. You want to say red is my favorite color. We say the red, il rosso, il verde, l'arancione. With names of games and sports. Il golf, la pallacanestro, gli scacchi. With meals, la colazione, il pranzo, la cena. If you want to say breakfast is at 7, you say la colazione, the breakfast is at 7. And with possessives, adjectives and pronouns, il mio cane, i nostri genitori. Then there are cases where in English you use the indefinite article and we keep the definite article. You would say Deborah with an H. We say Deborah con l'H, with that one letter that we know as H, the H, con l'H. In English you say I have a fever. We say I have the fever. I have that condition with those symptoms that people get every once in a while called fever. I have the fever. There's no right or wrong. In Italian we say I have the fever, ho la febbre. Sometimes a plural partitive article may or may not be used where no article goes in English. Men are social animals. We say the men are some social animals. Gli uomini sono degli animali sociali. You could very well say gli uomini sono animali sociali, but you cannot say uomini. You have to say the men, gli uomini, or mankind. Questi sono dei tempi difficili. These are technically some difficult times. But you can also say questi sono tempi difficili. This is not a very strict rule. As thorough as this list is, it's far from exhaustive. Prepositions, verbs, and idioms will call for different applications of the articles that are unique to Italian. Right, so say in English, you say, I'm going to the bank. You say, to the bank. We say, vado in banca. Technically, I go in bank, where in English you say to the. So prepositions don't correspond, and instances where in English you use the article don't correspond with Italian. So this is just an overview. Let's take a look at the exercises. Exercise 1, as usual, write down all the letters in the exercises that follow, as well as all the nouns that we've seen in this unit itself. Exercise 2. Match the following words with their articles following the indications in parentheses, MF, masculine, feminine, SP, singular, plural. So, if you see cane and you see MS, masculine, singular, you know that the article is il for the dog and un for a dog. I'll do just one more for you. Piatto ends in O, pretty easy. I already know it's masculine singular. So the article for the plate, it means plate. By the way, look up all these meanings. For saying the plate, il piatto. For saying a plate, un piatto, and so on. This is a fill in the gap. We have the dogs. Abbiamo I cani, etc. Fill in the correct article. I love pizza, pasta, and gelato. I never know if I want to say these nouns with an accent or not, and by accent I mean English accent. I love pizza, pasta, and gelato, not gelato. Or at least I don't say gelato. I love pizza, pasta, and gelato. Amo the pizza, the pasta, and the gelato. So figure out the articles. And that's the end of this unit on articles. See you for the next one. Italian words have different endings that express their gender, masculine and feminine, and number, singular and plural. We've seen that with articles. We pretty much know all about this, right? Now we're going to see this in relation to nouns, not the articles anymore. A masculine noun or adjective will end for the most part in O, like most people already know. And it's the same in Spanish. For the most part, O is masculine. Il gatto, l'anello, lo scontrino. But there are many in E, some in A, and then a very small amount that end in I, or in a consonant or in an accented vowel. Therefore, you have il pilota, l'atleta, a bunch of masculine nouns of Greek origin end in A, and they're masculine. Then you have nouns in E, il padre, l'attore, lo studente. L'album is from Latin. It's an example of a noun that ends in a consonant. Il caffè, a word that ends with an accent. Il portachiavi is a compound word. Portare means to carry. Chiavi means keys, a thing that carries the keys. So you can see that chiavi is actually a plural feminine noun. La chiave, le chiavi. But because the thing that carries keys, or in other words, the keychain, is one, and somehow we decided it's masculine, it's il portachiavi, and that's pretty much how you end up with a masculine noun in I. Otherwise, they're very, very rare. A feminine noun or adjective will end mostly in A, like most people already know for the most part. La casa, l'aria, la famiglia, but many end in E. La madre, l'attrice, la notte. Now, notice that il padre and la madre really just have one letter different, one from the other, right? Adre, madre, padre. If it wasn't for the article, you just don't know when you have nouns ending in E if they're masculine or feminine. It could just be one or the other. There's no telling. The article is what tells you. La madre, l'attrice, la notte. Now, la mano is one of the very rare, probably these three are the only ones that are used. There may be some obscure ones, but feminine nouns in O are for the most part these three. La mano, la radio, l'eco, and they mean the hand, the radio, and the echo. Now, echo is funny because l'eco is feminine, but the plural becomes masculine. But anyway, let's not get there. La crisi, la diagnosi, l'analisi, just like there are nouns of Greek origin that are masculine in A, many in Italian ending in I actually derive from Greek, and they are the ones that end in Ah yes, crisis, diagnosis, analysis, la crisi, la diagnosi, l'analisi. And then we have the other minorities, la città, accented vowel, la virtù, la tribù, usually foreign nouns end in a consonant and they tend to be masculine. Um, it, Email is one that is feminine. Why? Because email stands for electronic mail, right? And how do you say mail in Italian? Posta, posta elettronica. Now, by metonymia, I think is the name of the figure of speech, when you get a piece of mail, such as an email, we call it a mail. So that's the only word that I can think of off the top of my head that is foreign, so ended in a consonant, and feminine. And most Italian don't say l'email, they say la mail. They forgo the whole e part. La mail. Plural would be le mail. We're going to see when we're talking about the plural that sometimes the plural is not expressed. It's only the article that expresses the plural. Okay, so some nouns referring to human occupations or relations can be either masculine or feminine based on the article. Atleta, we saw artista. Collega, you can say l'atleta, L apostrophe, because it begins with a vowel. How do you know if it's a male or a female athlete? You don't know. So should you read, here we go again with this keyboard, l'atleta russo, then you know it's a Russian male athlete. And should you see l'atleta russa, it's a Russian female athlete. But if you hear or read l'atleta inglese, given that inglese ends in e, which is unisex, you still don't know. You just need to keep listening or reading for the next indicator that tells you if it's male or female. Same with artista, l'artista. Il collega, la collega, no ambiguity there. L'insegnante, yes, it ends in e and it begins with a vowel. So with L apostrophe, you don't know. Could be a male teacher or a female teacher. Il parente, la parente, the relative, masculine and feminine. Il cantante, la cantante. Il nipote, la nipote. So yeah, for nephew and niece, we have the same word. Il nipote, la nipote will tell you if it's a nephew or a niece. Incidentally, nipote also means grandson or granddaughter. Many masculine nouns in o that refer to humans have their feminine correspondent in a, right? Lo zio, la zia, il figlio, la figlia, il cugino, la cugina, il maestro, la maestra, il fornaio, la fornaia, il ragazzo, la ragazza, il bambino, la bambina. Most of you who are learning Italian through Duolingo, they already know il ragazzo, la ragazza. It's one of the first words that they learn. Now, why, you might wonder, why do you have two words for teacher, il maestro, la maestra? Maestro means, well, like a maestro, a master at their trade, or a elementary school teacher. Insegnante could be a scuba diving. That's probably instructor. Let's say insegnante di pianoforte, meaning piano. So anybody who teaches anything would be insegnante. Maestro is a teacher in a school. Other nouns make their respective feminine equivalent with a totally different word. Just like in English, you have man and woman, we have l'uomo, la donna, il gallo, la gallina, il toro, la vacca, il maiale, la scrofa, il dio, la dea. Now, careful with this word la vacca. It is a proper word for cow, and any veterinarian would say vacca. Here's a cuter word that, you know how you have pooch for dog and pussy for cat, or what's the other one? Anyway, I can't think of pooch. Anyway, in Italian we have micio for gatto, which means cat, and then papera means anything like a duck or a goose, and then we have mucca because they go moo, so it's taken from vacca, but it's mucca. It's like a word, a children's word, just like they say tummy for stomach, or they try to say stomach and they go tummy, but it means belly or stomach. So I'm saying this because most people would say mucca. I can say mucca, but there's nothing wrong with vacca. But I need to tell you, to caution you, that it can also refer to a prostitute. Like the word bitch it's a very dignified word in and of itself. It's got its meaning, but it also has another meaning. Okay, so 6. Here are some more related endings between masculine and feminine. Every word that ends in iere, it makes its feminine in iera, or in other words, should you read cameriera for waitress, you should know, based on this little help I'm writing on this page, that the equivalent masculine is iere, cameriera, cameriere. You see infermiere, you would know that a female nurse is infermiera. Toretrice, pittore, pittrice, direttore, direttrice. We saw above attore, attrice. Then you have ore without the T becomes oressa sometimes. Professore, professoressa, dottore, dottoressa. Some names of animals may have a masculine or feminine ending unrelated to the actual gender of the animal. Right, in English a giraffe is a giraffe. What's masculine about it? Because every noun in Italian has to end with a vowel or any indicator of gender, la scimmia means the monkey. Only a female monkey? No. La tigre is the tiger. A female tiger? Nobody should really be so close to a tiger as to ascertain the gender, because it could be dangerous. But we don't have a neutral way of saying tiger. The name of the animal is la tigre, l'oca, la giraffa, il serpente. Snake is masculine. L'orso is masculine. Should you want to specify the male tiger, you say la tigre maschio. Maschio means male. La tigre maschio. Il pitone femmina, meaning the female python. Or we say the female of the python. So, la femmina del pitone, il maschio della tigre, the male of the tiger. Then again, some nouns are misleading in that they seem to be one the feminine of the other, but are in actuality two distinct words. Il buco means the hole, la buca is the pothole. Tavolo means table, tavola means board. Taking another sidestep here because you will run into it. Tavola. Tavola, yes, it means the like a 2x4, anything flat and squarish and typically made of wood is called tavola. A chocolate bar is called tavola, tavoletta, like a little one. Tavoletta di cioccolato is a chocolate bar. However, the table, meaning the piece of furniture with 4 legs and a surface, when it is set up for a meal, when it's got a tablecloth on it, or placemats and plates and silverware and cups and bottles and food, is called tavola. So typically people, when they have guests over, or if they want to call the children's over for a meal, they shout a tavola, which means to the table, but for eating. If you say tavolo, it means that they come to the table as a table to work on it, to play card. Like, put that on the table, that's tavolo. Tavola is table at the time of eating on it. Okay, so il ciglio is the edge of a cleft, la ciglia is one eyelash. Il panno, the cloth, la panna is the cream. For various historical and cultural reasons, some nouns are masculine while referring to women and vice versa, and some nouns of occupations exist only in the masculine. So what do I mean by that? Recluta means a recruit, and it's typically a man, meaning recruiting an army, and still it's a feminine noun. La recluta, through and through. The article is feminine, the noun is feminine. Il soprano is masculine because originally sopranos were castrated men. Contralto is the same. La sentinella is feminine, although they're typically men, sentinels. La guardia, these you just need to learn as they are. Now, as far as giudice, avvocato, architetto, ingegnere, they were historically only male occupations, but nowadays you could have a female judge very well, and you would say la giudice. And then again, some people would still say il giudice and then use the woman's name. Just it's kind of related to the generation. Older people might say io sono un architetto. Actually, architetto stays masculine. Ingegnere ends with e, so it could be l'ingegnere, it could be lo or la. Avvocato, some people use avvocatessa. Some women leave it masculine. So it's kind of transitioning these years, these days. Okay, now, while it's not always easy to ascertain the gender of a noun in the absence of the corresponding article, here are some guidelines. So let's take a look at all these endings. Ore, il colore, il calore, l'odore, il sapore, il signore, il dolore. You can see that they're all masculine and they all end in ore. However, note here there's an asterisk. You will really never know if you see the word in and of itself. Take signore. You see the word signore, right? And you won't know if it's the plural of signora. In other words, when you see a word that ends in ore, you don't know if it's a plural of a feminine noun that ends in ora, or if it's its own masculine noun ending in ore. So, in the case of a feminine noun, you have signora, signore, meaning the lady, the ladies. And it just so happens that you have a very similar word in the masculine. Signore means gentleman, and the plural is signori. So anyway, what's the giveaway? The article. The moment you see le signore, you know that word to be a feminine plural. And then iere, we've seen, bicchiere, infermiere, etc. Again, when it refers to a person, like nurse, you can make it feminine. But the word for glass, glass meaning the drinking glass, il bicchiere, there's no feminine. Bicchiere is just a masculine noun, although there's nothing masculine to a drinking glass. Il bicchiere. When you see a, well, not whenever you see a noun ending in ma, because mamma is feminine. What's more feminine than mamma, meaning mom? But some of them do end in ma, but they're masculine, and typically of Greek origin. Problema, dilemma, emblema, sistema, programma, tema, teorema, aphorisma, idioma, and many more. They require il or lo or l apostrophe, so any masculine article. Ame, ime, and ume are always masculine. Fogliame, ciarpame, catrame, mangime, concime, lume, fiume, acume, barlume. Foreign words tend to be masculine. Il bar, il web, lo sport, il nord, il sud, l'est, l'ovest, il tram, lo strudel, il cancan. Conversely, feminine nouns are these. When you see zione, gione, and zione, you can be sure it's feminine. Azione, funzione, porzione, ragione, prigione, carnagione, visione, televisione, divisione, etc. If a word ends in ta or tu, it's feminine. La realtà, la verità, la civiltà, la virtù, la servitù. And words ending in udine. Magnitudine, longitudine, latitudine, abitudine, incudine. So let's take a look at the gender and number concordance. A lot of my students would say something like, lesson is lezione, right? And already they get confused because lezione, they're so used to the plethora of feminine nouns ending in a, making their plural in e. Gatta, gatte, la bambina, le bambine, la ragazza, la ragazza. So when they say lezione, their mental chip goes into feminine plural. And so if they want to say these lessons are, or the lessons are beautiful, they say le lezioni sono belle. But that's not correct, because lezione is a singular. You have to turn it into lezioni. Of course, we're going to see this right after this unit. But I want you to know that you don't match the ending of a word or an adjective. You have to match the gender and the number. Once you ascertain a word is feminine and it's singular, the article should be feminine singular. Any adjective should be feminine and singular. So let's take a look at this list I've made. Una casa nuova. That's easy. They're all feminine in a. A. Una casa nuova. Le case vecchie. Same deal. Un uomo italiano. All masculine in o. Una donna americana. So these are easy. You can match the ending and the gender and number, and you'd be doing fine. Now, l'insegnante giovane is a case of a noun ending in e and an adjective ending in e, giovane, meaning you will never find giovano or giovana. Giovane is basically, here, there are two categories, two grids, as I call them. There is the O. There's more stuff here. Okay, so there is the O goes to E. O goes to E. And then it's got its equivalent, A, that goes to E, right? We've seen that. Gatto, gatti, gatta, gatte. So let's say nero means black. It fits into this group. Nero, neri, nera, nere. You want to say black cat, gatto, nero. You want to say black cats, gatti, neri. Yes, you do you do change the ending of adjective too. In English you say black cat, black cats. In Italian it's as if you said black's cats. So gatto nero, gatti neri, and in the feminine, gatta nera, gatte nere. But because both the noun gatto and the adjective nero belong to that category, there's a second group where it only goes from e to e, meaning it doesn't have any feminine or singular. It only has a in the singular, any masculine or feminine. It only goes e in the singular and e in the plural. Giovane is one of these words. So for giovane, for young, you only have giovane if you're talking about something either masculine or feminine in the singular, and giovani in the plural. That's how you get l'insegnante giovane. Un insegnante entusiasta. Okay, this one I threw in to show that some adjectives are also temperamental this way. Entusiasta is just entusiasta, whether it's masculine or feminine. How do you know that it's masculine? Because there's no apostrophe here. So we're talking about a male teacher who is enthusiastic. And we say entusiasta, not entusiasto. But this is a very exceptional adjective, or say word. Un signore inglese. E. Masculine singular, masculine singular. Le signore inglesi. This is plural, and this is feminine plural. Atleti francesi, degli atleti francesi. Un poeta triste. Poeta is masculine in a, but the word for triste ends in e, so it doesn't have masculine or feminine. It's just triste in the singular. That's your only option. Un poeta triste. Una lezione fantastica ma difficile. So as you get more and more proficient with your Italian, you'll be saying more and more complex sentences, and at every word, you need to keep in mind, am I saying it, given that you're thinking of the word lezione, which is feminine, and one of them, so everything has to be feminine singular. You should think, am I saying fantastic in the feminine singular way? Am I saying difficult in the feminine singular way? Una lezione fantastica ma difficile. Un pastore belga, as we saw in the first lesson, belga means Belgian. It's masculine in a, belga. Un insegnante povero ma felice. Un'insegnante ricca ma infelice, etc. Il monarca inglese è basso, la mano chiusa e inerte, le notti lunghe e noiose. A lot of my students say le notte, because they're thinking many nights, but no, notte is already ending in e in the singular. You need to make a notti. Anyway, this is just a glimpse into the unit right ahead, up ahead. Un numero pari, I numeri dispari. Pari and dispari are like enthusiasta, they're just pari and dispari, they don't change. They mean odd and even, or even and odd. Serie televisiva, le specie animali, these are irregular words that we're going to see next time. Una specie estinta, una città bella e ospitale, le città grigie e tristi. So anyway, just take a look at these words, at this list, and just use it to make mind gymnastics or eye gymnastic. Just see how the letters alternate, but everything has to be feminine singular, masculine singular, feminine plural, masculine plural, etc. So here we are with the exercises again. Exercise 1 I'm not going to explain anymore. Exercise 2. Based on the vocabulary below and throughout the lesson, complete with the proper ending based on gender and number. Okay, so here are some new words. Arancione, alto, basso, grasso, magro, etc. So every one of these lines has a giveaway that will tell you if it's masculine or feminine, singular or plural. Here it says un gatto, so you know it has to be masculine singular, plus everybody knows that Garfield is a fat and orange cat. That's how he's depicted. So how do you say fat in the masculine? Grasso. How do you say orange in the masculine? You look for the word arancione. It ends in e, so it doesn't have masculine or feminine. It's only arancione. Given that Garfield is uno, then you leave it like that. Grasso e arancione, etc. And so yeah, there's only 2 exercises because we're going to talk about this more in detail in the next lesson, the next unit. Okay, so we're going to talk about the plural this time. You may wonder, well, I know all there is to know about the plural. Bambino, bambini, bambina, bambine. Okay, well, we're going to learn it systematically this time, and a bunch of exceptions too. Okay, so we can see at a glance that I, so I, is your go-to vowel, your go-to ending for a bunch of nouns, masculine nouns in o, e, a, as well as feminine in e. Remember that we have both masculine and feminine nouns that end in e. So, il gatto, i gatti, il cane, i cani, il poeta, i poeti, l'orso, gli orsi, lo stile, gli stili, l'atleta, gli atleti, la notte, le notti, l'ape, le api. So, you can see that I goes for most nouns. For feminine nouns in a, you go to e, la gatta, le gatte, l'ora, le ore. Now we're going to look at the fun stuff. Ko, go, ka, ga, when preceded by a stressed vowel, need an H to retain that sound. K, g, right? Il parco, i parchi, il monarca, i monarchi, il mago, i maghi, il collega, i colleghi, l'amica, le amiche, la riga, le righe. Right? That is clear. if you want to retain, given the word parco, right? You recognize that parc is pretty much the stem of the word with the ending o that you replace typically with an I, but that gives you parci. So to retain the identity of the word so that you don't mistake it for another word, parco goes to parchi. But there are exceptions. L'amico, gli amici, il nemico, i nemici. Then there is the flip side of the same rule. When the stress does not fall on the second to last syllable, syllables are counted from the end. So 1, 2, 3, third to last syllable. This happens to be pronounced manico. If it was manico, you would go maniki. But because it's manico, so the syllable is removed from the one right before the ending, it does change from co to chi. So much for not losing the identity of the word. But it makes sense because a word that has the stress on the third to last syllable, it has to have at least 3 syllables. So there's more to it. From parco, if you make it parci, it's already, out of those 3 consonants, one already changes in sound. But manico, manici. Asparago, asparagi. And still there are so many exceptions. I only put 3 here. Il carico, i carichi, il pizzico, i pizzichi, l'obbligo, gli obblighi. Now, how does this rule really come to life? Well, you'll see that there are a lot of adjectives that do behave like this. Say, elastico, plastico, elettrico, so many, idraulico, automatico, pratico, fantastico, etc., right? Fantastico. Should you want to refer to something masculine plural, all these adjectives and so many that sound like them go from co to chi. So you want to say, I don't know, what's automatico? So sistema automatico becomes sistemi automatici. It will come like second nature, but you need to know this rule and put it into practice. Conversely, we have other words such as antico. Antico means ancient. So if you want to say, I don't know, monumento, you'll never guess what this word means, right? Monumento antico. The plural is monumenti antichi. Why? Because the accent in the word antico falls on the second to last syllable. If it was antico, chances are that you would say antici, but that's not the case. Okay, so point 5. Words ending in logo make their plural in logi if referring to inanimate things, and in logi when referring to people, because why not? Okay, so il dialogo, i dialoghi, it's inanimate, right? Il monologo, il catalogo, il decalogo, it all makes decaloghi, cataloghi, etc. Notice that the accent never falls on this ending, logo, logi. It's always the syllable before. When it applies to people, lo psicologo, gli psicologi, l'astrologo, gli astrologi. By the way, say gli psicologi 3 times fast. Lo psicologo, gli psicologi, l'astrologo, gli astrologi, il dietologo, i dietologi, l'antropologo, gli antropologi, etc. Then, just like in English, you have child, children, ox, oxen, etc. We have a few nouns like that. L'uomo becomes gli uomini, il bue, i buoi, il dio, gli dei, il tempio, i templi, la mano, le mani, l'ala, le ali, l'arma, le armi, il belga, i belgi. That's in modern Italian. Some of them were not quite an exception up until a few centuries ago. Some nouns, and that's the funnest part, are masculine in the singular and feminine in the plural ending in a. What? Okay, well, think of what's remained in English. From Greek, this is a Greek way of inflecting words. Well, in English, you still say phenomenon, phenomena, criterion, criteria, bacteria. Many people don't know it's plural. So we got something similar. L'uovo, le uova. You can see how common these words are. So it's not like I'm going for some abstruse word that you may go all your life without. Sorry. Il braccio, le braccia, il dito, le dita, il ginocchio, le ginocchia, il labbro, le labbra, il paio, le paia, il centinaio, le centinaia, il migliaio, le migliaia, il corno, le corna. But these three last ones, maybe also braccio and labbro, they do have a double plural. When you say le corna, it means the set of horns on any animal that has horns, a bovine, antlers. I don't think we have a word for antlers, to be honest. We call them all horns, corna. But when they're taken individually, or they are horns but used as something else, like a bugle, then you could say I corni. Similarly, l'osso, le ossa, is when it's within a system like a skeleton. But gli ossi would mean the bones that you give to your dog to munch on. Il lenzuolo, le lenzuola, when it's part of a sheet, of a set of sheets, whereas I lenzuoli would be, the sheets you will cover your furniture when you leave a house for a long time, or the sheets you will cover corpses in the morgue, or the sheets that you tie together to evade from prison or something. So braccio is, if you really want to look for an application of bracci, yes, braccio does have a plural. It would be anything that does look like arms, like the mechanical arms that assemble cars, and you call them bracci. And labbri could be the name of the edges of a wound or a gash. It looks like lips, but they're not lips. Okay, moving on. Point 8. The endings cha and ja turn into che, je, when preceded by a consonant and the I is not stressed. What does it mean? That words such as arancia or franja, you can see there's an N between before this ending, so it's a consonant. And in the plural, you don't need to put an I or to leave the I. CIA doesn't go to CIE, it just goes to CE. However, when you have, what does this rule also imply? That when there is a vowel, so let me clear here and write you a few words. So, fascia. Fascia means band. There's a consonant before, so you drop the I, fasce. Valigia means suitcase. There's a vowel, and it retains, valigie. Now, I very recently learned that with the word ciliegia, meaning cherry, I said ciliegia. Okay. The plural, given that there's a vowel, ciliegie, should be this, and that's the one I've always used. However, I heard that this spelling is also beginning to be accepted. I don't know why, but I'm just throwing it out there. Okay, so cha, ja goes to che, je without the I when preceded by a consonant. And when preceded by a vowel, it goes from CIA to CIE. So, standard procedure. Okay, so the ending yo turns into I if the I is not stressed. Bacio, baci. What does it mean? That when it is stressed, say something like zio, that's not zio, it's zio. So you can't just drop the O. You have to retain the first I that makes the word, and you have to add the other I that makes it the typical masculine plural ending. Zio, zi. Or fruscio. Fruscio means the noise made by leaves as you step through them in a park or in the woods. Fruscio, frusci. Okay, what's one too many? Now, you see that word and you don't know if it's fruscio or fruscio. Again, you just need to learn every word where the stress falls. Some words have their plural expressed only by the article. Okay, and here's a list of words that do behave like that. Monosyllables, il re, I re. Given that re is two words and one vowel, if you change this one vowel to make the plural, the whole word loses its identity, as you may have heard me say a bazillion times. Il re, I re, la gru, le gru. Foreign words, we just leave them as they are, because if we are to calculate the plural of every foreign word that we use in Italian, we just use it as it is. So, il partner, I partner, yeah, right, I'm Italianizing too much. La mail, le mail. Il caffè, I caffè, that belongs to the category of accented vowels, words that end with an accented vowel. Il caffè, I caffè, la città, le città. Words in I stay as they are. We saw la crisi, then l'analisi, le analisi. Then there's a series of words in ye. La carie, la serie, la specie remain unchanged in the plural. Le carie, le serie, le specie. So if you want to say a TV series, we say una serie televisiva. If you want to say I don't like TV series, you would say, okay, well, I don't like is non mi piacciono le serie televisive. So, serie remains as it is. Specie, that is a mistake that many Italians also make. La specie, a lot of people want to say le specie, but no, it's le specie. Le specie animali, animal species. Compound nouns also remain the same. Why? Because portachiavi, this chiavi, is already a plural word. It means keys. Portachiavi is the carrier of keys, so a keychain. Lavastoviglie is the washer of dishes. So the plural is a singular word made of a verb and a word in the plural. So it cannot have another plural. Il portachiavi, I portachiavi, la lavastoviglie, le lavastoviglie. Some nouns, like il cobra, I cobra, il sosia, I sosia, il gorilla, I gorilla, il lama, they're usually just, I guess it counts as a foreign noun. And then abbreviated nouns, so la foto, le foto. Should you say the full word, la fotografia, le fotografie, la motocicletta, le motociclette. But when you use the abbreviation stays as it is, la foto, le foto. Okay, so we're done. Let's skip exercise 1, which you should know by heart by now, and let's focus on 2. For each word, find its meaning, then write it preceded by the corresponding definite article in the singular, then in the plural, then repeat with the indefinite article. Please make a line for each word, best in a spreadsheet. Okay, I suggest you do this in installments because you might get bored to death, but it is a good exercise. So, okay, so the examples are tema. It says here it's a masculine noun, so you know that the articles are il tema and un tema. Or if you want to go definite first and indefinite first, il tema, I temi, un tema, dei temi. So you remember that there are masculine nouns that end in a. Canzone, la canzone, le canzoni, una canzone, delle canzoni. Remember that the plural and definite article mirrors the plural definite articles, just preceded by de. And sometimes you just double the consonant. Etc. Some of them we've seen are masculine or feminine. Artista, you don't know if it's a male or a female. If it is a man, l'artista, gli artisti, or l'artista, le artiste. And then the indefinite one would become un artista or un artista. Sounds exactly the same, you just need to put the apostrophe. Degli artisti, delle artiste, etc., etc., etc. So that closes the unit on the plural. We're just going to see colors and numbers next, and then we're ready to talk. Okay, from the beginning of the next module, you'll be already able to describe the world around you. And for that, I think it would be handy for you to know all the colors and the numbers. Let's take a look at the colors first. All colors are masculine. Il verde, il viola, il rosso. Why? Because the word for color is masculine, right? So, il colore. Keep in mind that historically, people would refer to colors as the color of a rose, the color of an orange, the color of this and that. So sometimes these names were left, in time they became kind of independent words. But given that you're still thinking in terms of il colore, then it's il verde, il viola, il rosso. Given that, as we saw in the unit about articles, we do have to refer to colors with the article. If you say, red is my favorite color, il rosso è il mio colore favorito. The colors whose names end in O, make their plural in I, have a correspondent feminine in A with their plural in E. So far, nothing new. Colors ending in E are unisex and have their plural in I. So far, nothing new. Colors ending in any other vowel, so in A, U, I, or stressed vowel, have no plural. Now, don't mistake this ending in A as the A ending of a word that is in O used with a feminine noun. What do I mean by that? That if I want to say, let's see, what's red? Let's say a hat. Hat is cappello. No, actually, let's think of something that can be masculine or feminine. Well, let's just take two words, right? We have cappello, il cappello rosso. If you want to talk about something feminine, like a shirt, la camicia rossa. So you might think, well, that's a color ending in A. But no, it ends in A when it gets inflected in relation to a word that is feminine. Remember that, what did I call it, grid, or the category O-I-A-E, right? If you have a word that is by default ending in O, such as the color rosso, bianco, azzurro, nero, then you know it goes nero, neri, nera, nere, given the noun it relates to. Gatto nero, gatti neri, gatta nera, gatte nere. What I'm talking about is colors such as viola or rosa, meaning the color of a violet, the color of a rose. So because of that, you just use the name of the flower itself. So, il cappello, should the hat be purple, you would say il cappello viola. And la camicia viola, okay, it's feminine in A, you wouldn't notice much of anything. But should it be plural, le camicie, again, viola, because it doesn't change. So, viola, rosa, what did I say? So blue, beige, foreign nouns, foreign names of colors, they all stay the same. So let's analyze together these colors. First of all, let's see the names of the colors. Viola, rosa, rosso. Pay attention to these ones because they tend to be mistaken a lot. A lot of my students freak out because they cannot. All right, well, I'll say it. Rosa, open O, voiced S, Z, rosa. Rosso, closed O, double S, therefore it has to be voiceless. We saw in that unit that double S is always voiceless. Rosa, rosso. You want to say a pink and red hat, or the pink and red hat, you would say il cappello rosa e rosso. Should we make it plural? Le camicie rosa stays the same. e rosse. So I always wash the pink and red shirts together. Le camicia rosa e rosse, right? Viola, rosa, rosso, arancione, giallo, bianco, verde, azzurro, blu, nero, grigio, marrone, brown, dorato, that's supposed to be golden, argentato, silver, trasparente, you never guess what it means, but there is no N, so please don't say it. Trasparente. Chiaro means bright, scuro means dark. If any of you have a background in art, they may have heard chiaroscuro, which is a technique. So, viola, rosa, rosso, arancione, giallo, bianco, verde, azzurro, blu. Okay, azzurro and blue. Oh, my generation, we pretty much identify them like that, azzurro and blue. To be absolutely a purist about it, the only color for, well, not the only color, but in Italian, you only have azzurro, coming from Arabic, azzurro, but it's just any blue, like lapis lazuli. It's lapis is Latin for stone, and lazuli is coming from the Arabic word that means some blue, and lapis lazuli are a dark blue. I have nothing of that color here. Well, maybe this adapter. This could be, let me see it. This could be, this is blue or azzurro. But, and then you have celeste, celeste coming from sky, which is cielo. In English you have celestial, so from the sky, a celestial vision, a celestial being. Well, we have the celestial color, the color of the sky. So that would be your sky blue. So in Italian, the pure Italian words are azzurro and celeste. I'm just going off a tangent. You don't need to hear any of this, but hey, just for extra information. However, we got blue, whether it comes from French bleu or English blue. It got introduced, I don't know, in the 50s or 60s. So my generation, I'm 45 years old. This would be, going through my laundry here. This t-shirt is blue. It looks the same as my shirt, but this is gray. This is, azzurro. Azzurro, and these shorts are blue. So, azzurro and blue. Where celeste would be a much paler blue, which I don't have here. But I'll do something in post-production. I'll show you. Somehow I'll insert these colors in the video, don't worry. Other than that, with azzurro or blue, you're pretty much good to go. And then you can always, find details. You can say blue oltremare. Blue oltremare is the blue at the very horizon when it's deep blue. Or azzurrognolo. By the way, we haven't talked about ways to tweak these nouns yet. Like you could say reddish, greenish, yellowish. I'll do that in a second. So, viola, rosa, rosso, arancione, giallo, bianco, verde, azzurro, blu, nero, grigio, marrone, dorato, argentato, trasparente, chiaro, scuro. Okay, so when a qualifier is used in relation to a color, the whole color remains. They make fun of me because I don't know how to pronounce the word color. I hope I'm saying it right. I'm sorry, I speak 6 languages, but I don't have an ear for this word. Color. Am I saying it right? Color. The whole color remains in the singular. So a pair of fluorescent pink socks is un paio di calze of socks rosa fosforescente. because you're referring to the color. The color is fluorescent pink. It's not that the pair is fluorescent pink or the socks, right? Military green hats, cappelli, we saw cappello before, verde militare, meaning cappelli of a color that's called verde militare. If you say cappelli verdi militari, it means that the hats are military hats, which means nothing. Or in this case, it wouldn't mean much. Now, numbers. Okay, now let's go into these endings. There are a lot, but let me think. For viola, you could go violaceo, and they all mean ish, right? Purplish, etc. Violaceo, violetto. Violetta is the name of the flower, violet. You could say violetta, but you could also say violetto. Now, I don't know if it's common parlance or it's a proper color in a dictionary, but that's that. Viola, violaceo, violetta, violetto, and that's about it. Rosa. Rosa, there's not too many ways. Rosa. No, you would say rosa chiaro, rosa scuro. Oh, by the way, this chiaro and scuro is the same category of fosforescente, militare. So if you say dark pink socks, calze, rosa scuro. You don't say calze rosa scure, because the socks are not dark. It's the color. It's a nuance, but anyway, that's how you say it. Okay, so rosa, all your options are chiaro and scuro. Rosso. Rosso you have rossiccio, rossastro. Rossastro is kind of like pejorative, like it's like a rusty. Rossiccio, just reddish. Rossastro. That's about it. Arancione is arancione. Of course, you can always qualify it. You can say arancione and then you name it. Any sort of vegetable or fruit or anything. Giallo. Giallo, you go giallognolo. Giallognolo is not very good. Giallognolo is if you have jaundice, or it could be the color of urine, or it's usually giallognolo is not very nice. Giallastro, same. Giallastro, giallognolo. Then biancastro, again, biancastro is like off-white, but it's not something, a good tone of white. Bianchiccio also. Bianchiccio means pale, anemic looking. You could say that of some dish, or just, these are pejorative terms. They're ways of saying ish, but not, they don't say anything good. Biancastro, bianchiccio, verde, verdognolo. I mean, at the end, they're always the same. Verdognolo, verdastro. But for example, you wouldn't say verdiccio. Verdognolo, verdastro. Azzurro, azzurrognolo, azzurrognolo. That's about it. Blu, bluastro. Sometimes they say bluette, which I don't know what color that is. But yeah, bluish. Nero. Nero is nero. It's like pitch dark. Nero. Nerognolo. I've never heard it. I don't think it exists. Grigio, grigiastro. What else? Grigiognolo. No. And then marrone, marroncino, that's more dignified. Marroncino means, to be honest, it's up to anybody's interpretation. Marrone, you have marrone scuro, which is, okay, still going through my laundry. Okay, here, I would say, this is marroncino, and this is, where are you? Marrone scuro, or, just marrone. Anyway, marroncino exists. You wouldn't say marronastro, marronognolo. Dorato is dorato, argentato, trasparente, chiaroscuro. Okay, that should cover everything about colors. Let's go to numbers. Well, it's just about me saying them, right? Uno, due, tre, quattro. Okay, let me use proper diction. Uno, due, tre, quattro, cinque, sei, sette, otto, nove, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I'm going to stop here for a second. What do we notice? They're all different, right? Until 20, they're all different, and you need to learn them all. Again, uno, due, tre, quattro, cinque. This cinque, if you haven't followed my the previous units assiduously, you'd be like, whoa, there's a Q and then there's a C, but it's not pronounced as an S. I've heard students say quinque, cinque. That's how you say cinque. Sei, sette, otto, nove. Notice that the O's are open. Otto, nove. It's not otto, nove. O, otto, nove. 10, 11. These have all the stress on the third to last syllable. So it's not undici, dodici, but undici. It sounds like hominy, trinity, scrutiny. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Then it switches. If you have noticed, the dici part is your teen, so it's related to 10. Undici means 110. Dodici, or let's go in Italian. Undici, uno, 10. 12, 2, 10. 13, 14. But then it switches. 17, it puts the 10 part before, and then the other one. 10, 7, 17, 18, 19, 20. All right, you memorize these first 20 numbers, and you're pretty much good to go. You can go to infinity. If you learn the other 10s, so 30, 40, 50, we'll get there. Now, from 20 on, it's just like in English. You put one after the other. So, you want to say 22, 20, 2. No hyphen, nothing required. So, 23 I left to remind you that the accent has to be put, and it's the acute accent, the one that goes up to the right, but I don't know if you, I never had to spell out a number for a long time. And then 24, 25, 26, 27. Notice that the ones and the eights merge. So you don't say 21, but 21. You don't say 28, but 28. And that applies to all the other tens, which are 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. And then 100 means 100. Okay, so let's say 84, 80, 4. Let's say 58, 50, 8. It gets merged. 58. I'll write it here in case it wasn't clear. 58. 31, 30, 1. It gets merged. 31. 31. So remember, your eights and your ones are merged within the same word. Okay, so now you can count until 100, right? What if you want to say 150, 175? Well, you don't say 100 and you don't say and. You really just put them all together. 100. How do you say 70? 70. How do you say 5? 5. 175. It's pretty easy, right? So, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900. 1000s we don't use. In American English especially, in order not to say, oh, 1,573 people were stopped at the border, they say, I don't know, 1500, I forget what number I said, 1573 or something. Or we have $2,500 in the bank as opposed to $2,500. Well, in Italian, we don't have this shortcut. So, therefore, after 900, that's it. We don't have 1700s. But we do have 1,000, which is 1000. Okay, so if you want to say 1,175, so this number, it becomes, what am I doing here? It becomes 1175, and so on, up until 1999, right? After which you have 2000. So, the plural of mille is mila. Again, comes through Latin, which took it from Greek, make the plural with a. So, 2000, the year I'm currently recording this is 2020, right? So we don't say 2020, we say 2020. 2020. Next year, 2021. Okay, so now you can count up until, of course, with the hundreds of thousands, it's the same. So 999,999, 999,999, after which you get 1.000.000, 1 million. 1,000 of them make 1 miliardo. Okay, now we're going to talk about ordinal numeral adjectives, which are nothing other than first, second, third, right? And they just correspond. Primo, secondo, terzo, quarto, quinto, sesto, settimo, ottavo, nono, decimo, undicesimo. And you'll be delighted to hear that from 11 on, you just remove the last vowel, letter, and attach esimo. So, dodici, remove the I, dodicesimo, tredicesimo, quattordicesimo, quindicesimo, sedicesimo, diciassettesimo, all the way into infinity, keeping in mind that with tre and sei, you don't remove it. So, ventitreesimo, ventiseiesimo, etc. Now, we have another word, which is an adjective, ennesimo, which means nth, you know. Te lo dico per l'ennesima volta. I'm telling you for the nth time. It's a mathematical term that is quite common in Italian. I've never heard it in English much, unless they're really talking, you know, in mathematical terms, the nth power or something. Then you have words that are not numbers. They express quantities. You could say they refer to numbers, but they are also approximate, right? A pair. If I say, give me a pair of napkins, give me a pair of paper towels, you could give me 3, 5, 4, or a couple, right? Un paio di giorni. Di giorni means of days. Un paio di... What's going on? I'm not liking this keyboard. Un paio di giorni. Un paio di giorni means... Oh, gosh. Un paio di giorni means a pair of days, so a couple of days. However, when it comes to, say, pairs of shoes, I bought 2 pairs of shoes. You may notice, paio is one of those funny Greek words. So, 2 pairs of shoes, due paia di scarpe. Decina is a 10, so una decina di giorni would mean around 10 days. If you come back to work after 11 days, nobody will say, hey, you said 10. I didn't say 10. I said una decina. Una decina. Una dozzina is a dozen. una quindicina, una ventina, una trentina, una quarantina, and so on. So, una quindicina is usually used with days. Una quindicina di giorni means around 2 weeks, right? In British English, they have a fortnight. Una ventina, now, from 20 on, they can be used for ages. Like, Sergio is a man in his 40s. Sergio è un uomo sulla quarantina. It means on the quarantina. So that's how, or you could say una donna sulla trentina. Also, it means when you're estimating somebody's age. How old do you think Sergio is? Literally in Italian, we'll see this in a couple of units, is how many years do you think Sergio has? And the answer would be, oh, I don't know, una quarantina, about 40. He must be in his 40s, Una quarantina. All right. So, centinaio behaves like paio, un centinaio, due centinaia, un migliaio, due migliaia. And now you can count anything you want. Let's look at more details. Numbers in Italian are pretty straightforward. They're written and pronounced one after the other without hyphens or and. 1975, which is my birth year. However, a few points need to be considered. The numbers after 20 ending in 1 or 8 merged together. We saw that. 21, 21, 38, 38. Numbers ending in 3 are spelled with an accent. We've seen that. Mille is only singular. The plural is mila. Now, with dates, we don't put any commas or periods. With thousands, we put periods. And we use commas for decimals. So that's important. We say 10,5 centimeters or centimeters. 10,5 centimetri. That's how you say comma, virgola. Percentages are always used with the article. Il 50% della popolazione, 50% of the population. Ordinal numbers are 10. No, ordinals after 10 are formed replacing the final letter. Okay, we saw that one, right? Esimo, 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 unless it's streesimo and seiesimo. The words in the third column are not exactly numbers, but words that refer to a quantity, much like pair or dozen. Un uomo sulla quarantina, a man in his 40s. Oh, here's an important thing. It's about spoken Italian. Un bambino di 11 anni. Did you hear how I said it? It's not, oh, un bambino di 11 anni. Because the phenomenon is the same, right? CIA. Remember that in CIA, CIO, or in cha, cho, chu, the letter I serves only as a softener. You don't say chia, chio, chiu. So when you say 11 anni, and people talk about ages and their own ages and their children's ages all the time, so anni is a very common word to follow a number. So it gets kind of merged, or some parts are shaved off quite commonly. So 11 anni, 11 anni, 11 anni, 11 anni, it becomes 11 anni. And this is spoken Italian, right? You should not write 11 anni like that. But if you see this, that's how you pronounce it, 11 anni. Same with where ages, we're talking about numbers that are referring to ages. Un ragazzo di 21 anni, a 21-year-old guy. Literally a guy of 21 years. Un ragazzo di 21 anni. You don't say 21 anni. Una donna di 30 anni. With the tens and numbers in 8, so 30, 40, 50, etc., and numbers ending in 8, you use the apostrophe. Una donna di 30 anni. Now, this is written. una donna di 30 anni, un ragazzo di 18 anni. Now, you could say 18 anni, it's not the end of the world, but it's very, very common. 21 anni, you have to drop the O. Okay, exercises. Translate into English, una gatta bianca. How do you say that? Well, from Italian to English is pretty easy, right? I don't need to explain this. And making use of O, which is how you pronounce it. It's not O, it's not ho, it's O, which means I have, and E, which means is, which we've seen in the very first unit about the alphabet. Write as many sentences as you can, because now you can write about colors, you can write about numbers, you can say what you have and what is. So examples: ho una casa nuova, il gatto è arancione. Tiny sentences, but make them correct. Match your genders and numbers. And next time, or in the next module, we're gonna start talking. We're gonna learn how to say there is, there are, and then just how adjectives behave, and then we're gonna venture into the full conjugation of essere, which means to be, and avere, which means to have. So all kinds of fun times ahead. This has been a blast for me. I hope you've learned a lot. I realize it's very tedious. It was very, down to the base bricks of this. But if you stick to it and you can, if you commit to learning very nicely everything there is to know about gender, plural, articles, from now on we can just soar and just start talking like there's no tomorrow. All right, see you on the other side. Thank you. Okay, welcome back to Module 2, if you bought the whole module, or if you're coming from Module 1. Otherwise, this is Unit 6, and it's about how you say there is, there are in Italian. Let's get right into it. So you can see that there is a direct correspondence. There is, c'è. There are, ci sono. It doesn't sound like there is a direct correspondence because c'è is actually the contraction of ci è. So you're really saying ci è, ci sono, there is, there are. However, ci in and of itself doesn't mean there. We saw how you say there in the first unit about the alphabet with accents and everything. So la means there, li, la, they both mean there. But ci can refer to la in meaning. We'll see this in the future. So let's start. Just like in English, there is a form for the singular, c'è, and one for the plural, ci sono. While ci doesn't mean there per se, it does have that meaning in this expression. È means is, and sono, which means are forms of the verb essere, which is to be. When not occurring after ci, they mean he, she, it is, and they are. The subject pronoun he, she, it, they is not expressed. So what this all means is that è in and of itself means is, but also it is, he is, like chi è means who is, meaning who is it. We'll see this when we talk about verbs, how the subject pronoun is not necessary. For now, just know this. All right, so c'è un uomo alla porta, there is a man at the door. Ci sono novità, are there any news? Note how c'è and ci sono can mean there is, there are, but also is there, are there. In other words, and this is true of any verb and in Italian in general, we don't do the inversion. In English you say subject-verb you use subject-verb for statements and verb-subject for questions. He is, let's say, he is American. Is he American? In Italian you just say è americano. È americano, so the intonation is all you have to express the difference. Okay, so non c'è molto tempo, there isn't much time. Non ci sono abbastanza sponsor, there aren't enough sponsors. In Italian, there's no difference between there is such and such is there, unless there means over there. So if you want to say, is Marco there? You're actually saying, is there Marco? C'è Marco? No, non c'è. Literally, no, there isn't. but really it means, no, he's not there. What I meant above is that if you want to say, is Marco there, as opposed to over there instead of over here or any other place, then you would say, Marco è là, Marco is there. No, non è là, è qua. No, he's not there, he's here. Otherwise, when you want to use there in the, say, phrase, there is, it's c'è, ci sono. And if any of this is not clear, I just stuck a little saying in there. Finché c'è vita, c'è speranza. As long as there is life, there is hope. Just something for you to learn. I like to put as many proverbs and sayings and little things, little cultural bits as much as I can. Also, on account of that, I'm going to leave you, before we move on to the next session, with a video I found on YouTube, which is a commercial from my childhood. It's about a brand of ice cream or a type of ice cream called La Cremeria. And you'll hear how this c'è Gigi, is Gigi there, is going to be said over and over, and you'll just learn, if not from this, at least from the commercial, how this expression is used.
Sì?
C'è Gigi?
Non c'è.
E la cremeria?
C'è, sale.
Buonasera, c'è Gigi?
Non c'è.
E la cremeria?
C'è. Salite.
Vorrei Gigi.
Non c'è.
La cremeria sì, vero?
Cremeria Motta, il buon gelato, abita qui.
Gigi non c'è. La cremeria è finita.
Vabbè, la ripassiamo domani.
Okay, I hope you enjoyed the video. Let's go ahead and look at other expressions that contain c'è, ci sono, because the grammar behind this is pretty simple. C'è, ci sono, there is, there are. So now we're going to look at expressions that you can already include in your, albeit limited, speech. So, non c'è niente da fare, there's nothing to do. Literally, there isn't nothing da fare, to be done. Note how, and I said it many times, we use a double negation in Italian, so there isn't, non c'è, nothing to do. Non c'è due senza tre. There is no two without three. One more thing to notice. In English you would say there is no. In Italian there's no way of saying something positive and then make it negative. You have to start from the negative. So there isn't. Even if you end up using a double negation, there isn't no two without three. Although in this case you're saying there isn't two without three. And what that means is that, I don't know, if you're trying to be pessimistic about something, you're pursuing something and two things go wrong, you're like, well, I bet you the third thing is also going to go wrong. Or it means that if you get the same outcome twice, you can be sure that you're going to get it a third time. Non c'è trippa per gatti. This expression has an interesting story behind, different versions as to how it came to be, but it means there's no tripe for cats. So what you've come hoping to get is not there. You're not going to get what you want. Non ci sono santi che tengano. There are no saints that can prevent this. C'è poco da ridere. Literally that means there is little to laugh. So there is little to laugh about. There's nothing to laugh about. C'è il sole, c'è vento, c'è la nebbia. This is important because in English, when you talk about the weather, you only have it is. It is sunny, it is raining, it is cold. Whereas in Italian, and we're going to see this in a couple of lessons, there's a lesson right about ways to describe the weather. When it comes to it is sunny, we actually say there is the sun, there is wind, there is fog. Okay, now this is a tricky one. I'm going to do my best to explain it. When c'è is followed by da, it may mean it needs to be done, or it's time to, it comes to, it is about. So, two examples. C'è da riempire un modulo, as opposed to c'è un modulo da riempire sul tavolo. C'è da riempire un modulo means there is a form to fill in, meaning of all the things that need to be done today, say I'm a secretary and I tell my boss, he asks me, what is there to do this morning? There's a form to fill in, there's a phone call to make, there's a business lunch to have, whatever. So it's a list of many things. among them, there's a form to fill in. C'è da riempire un modulo. So the emphasis is on the c'è da, and then what comes after could be one thing or one item in a very long list. So there's a form to fill in, as in a form needs filling in, among the many things to do. Stress on the need to fill it in. Or let's say the need, well, stress on what the need of the hour is. Compare that to c'è un modulo da riempire. Now the stress is on the form. It could have, now the list could have also been there, as in there is a form to read, fill in, sign, and give back to so-and-so. But it's all about the form. So, c'è un modulo da riempire sul tavolo. There's a form to fill in on the table. The stress is on the form and what it needs. I realize it's a nuance, but I hope you can appreciate it. Now, quando c'è da mangiare, sono sempre in prima fila. When it comes to eating, I'm always front and center. So what you said is, quando c'è da mangiare, when there is to eat, I'm always front and center. So like I said, c'è da, it can also mean it comes to, when it comes to eating, when it is about eating, when it's time to eat, I'm always front and center. And we're straight to the exercises, because this is a short but important lesson. It's very important because in Italian, you cannot talk about anything without expressing its gender and number, without expressing if it's masculine or feminine, singular or plural. So that's why we spend so much effort and lessons on these little bits of speech. But now you can say there is, there are. So all of a sudden, your numbers, your colors, your articles and plurals and all that is going to come to life. All of a sudden, with just one verb, you can say, you can describe the world around you. You can say, there is one pillow on the bed. Of course, I would provide stuff like on the bed, like in this exercise. Let's get right into it. Given the vocabulary below, say how many of each fruit there are in the basket, starting with in questo cesto c'è, in questo cesto ci sono. So in questo cesto means literally in this basket. So use as many colors as you can and numbers, because that's what we've seen. Now, this is the vocabulary. Apple, pera, yeah, right. Apple, mela, pear, pera, kiwi, kiwi, mandarin, mandarino, orange, arancia. So I'll start. I see what? 1, 2, 3. I see 3 apples. 2 red and 1 green. So I could say, in questo cesto ci sono 3 mele. Or, in questo cesto c'è una mela verde e 2 mele rosse. So that's what I want you to do. Use as many numbers and colors as you can. While practicing, there is, there are. Let's look at exercise 2. Describe the image above by using numbers and colors. Matita means crayon. Matita means pencil. Matita colorata means colored pencil. But anyway, crayon in this case. In questa immagine ci sono 2 matite verde chiaro e una verde scuro. Remember that when you qualify the color by saying bright green, dark green, fluorescent green, military green, then it goes in the singular. It doesn't matter if it's 500 crayons. You would say 2 matite verde chiaro, not 2 matite verdi chiare. Because you're talking about the color, not about the crayon. Should it be 2 matite verdi, that just means 2 green crayons. But, again, you're adding information to the color, so it goes in the singular. I'll do 1. I see 2 light blue crayons. So I would say, in questa immagine ci sono 2 matite azzurre. And so on. Given the names of the rooms in a house, describe the imaginary inside of each room. Okay, so that's what I was talking about. I give you the names of the rooms in the house. So let's get right into it. Actually, let me just read the whole thing. Use all the tools available online to find out the names of any item you want to describe. So we don't know lamp, table, but you can figure it out. So you have you have Google Translate, you have all kinds of ways to come up with your own vocabulary. look for the item preceded by a, an, so you will know the gender of the word. Of course, yeah. If you want to say there's a glass on my table, and you find out the glass is bicchiere, that ends in e. Is it il bicchiere or la bicchiere? So if you look for a glass, then it'll tell you un bicchiere, and you will know that it's a masculine noun in e. So in camera da letto means in the bedroom, in bagno, in the bathroom, in cucina, in the kitchen, etc. Note how, and this is true in general in Italian, when things are mentioned, talked about daily, or they're very close to one's daily reality, we try to cut around the corners. So in English you say in the bedroom, but we just go straight to in bedroom, in bathroom. So learn that. In camera da letto c'è un letto, obviously. In the bedroom there is a bed. Or I could say, let's say, what do I have in my bedroom? I have two windows. In camera da letto ci sono due finestre nere, due finestre nere, and so on. And that's pretty much the end of Unit 6. Again, it's a small one, but potent, because you can already describe the world around you. And next time, we're going to learn more adjectives. We're going to know how to say, there are two red, fluffy pillows, for example. So see you then. Okay, ready to start Unit 7? This is on adjectives, and I'm quite excited to start. Ready and excited are adjectives, in case you didn't know what an adjective is. And in Italian, they are pronto and eccitato. Of course, you don't really want to say eccitato because it mostly means aroused. So, as much as I am excited to talk about adjectives, I'm not that excited. But let's begin. An adjective is a word that provides further information about a noun. You may have seen that in the exercises of previous units. Now, I need to apologize for all these tropical birds and, rain that you might hear on my roof. I do live in the tropical forest. It is the rainy season, and it's full of animals. Right. But if you can bear with all this, let's move on. Certain adjectives can be placed before or after a noun with slight differences in meaning. Typically, when placed before, they have a more abstract or simply descriptive meaning, or one referring to emotions, while when placed after, they tend to have a more concrete or restrictive meaning, this as opposed to that. So in case you're having a hard time understanding descriptive and restrictive, descriptive means, if you want to say the new shoes, just to say that the shoes are new, whereas restrictive means the new shoes as opposed to the old shoes. So let's look at this list. The most common ones are alto, means high or tall, basso means low or short, caro means dear, it also means expensive. Giovane means young, vecchio means old, nuovo means new, grande, big or great, piccolo, small or little, buono, good, cattivo, bad, bello means handsome or beautiful or nice, brutto means ugly or nasty, certo means certain or sure, grosso is large or thick, diverso means different or diverse or variegated, ricco means rich, and povero means poor. So here are a few examples. Vecchia scuola. Vecchia scuola means, like in English, old school, but it also means my old school in an emotional sense. Oh, my old school, that's the school that I used to go when I was 6. As opposed to scuola vecchia, that means a dilapidated school. It refers more to the building. Un grande monumento is a great monument. Un monumento grande is a large monument. Also, again, keep in mind this distinction between descriptive and restrictive. Un monumento grande, of course, these are like very small phrases outside of a context. But if I hear monumento grande, I expect to hear something else. Like, look at that large monument as opposed to the small ones around it or something. Un grande monumento could mean a great monument, but again, given the context, it could just be that they built a big, enormous monument. So it's not a set in stone type of rule. Una buona insegnante is a competent teacher, so good at what she does. Un'insegnante buona is more like a kind, good-hearted teacher, benevolent teacher. The same is true of bravo. Una brava insegnante, un'insegnante brava. Ci sono diversi libri means there are several books. Ci sono dei libri diversi, it means there are books other than what you told me. The adjective bello, which means beautiful, nice, takes the same endings as the definite articles when it appears before a noun. Beats me why, but because of this l sound that it's got at the end, it kind of took the same behavior. So, where you say il libro, of course you got to remember when to use each article. So if you don't remember that, you might want to go back to that unit. But where you say il libro or un libro, you say bel libro. So bello before a noun is not bello anymore. When it's put after, it's always bello. Un libro bello, un uomo bello, uno studente bello, una donna bella, dei libri belli, degli studenti belli, etc., etc. But when it comes before, it behaves like an article. Un bel libro, because you say il libro, bel libro. Whether you say un or il, it just takes the same ending. So, un bel libro, il bel libro. L'uomo takes L apostrophe, so un bell'uomo or il bell'uomo. Lo studente, etc. Lo studente, un bello studente, il bello studente. This is practically no exception. That's how it would have been normally. Same in the feminine, una bella donna. And then the plural again, where it takes I, it takes bei. Gli studenti, dei begli studenti, or I begli studenti, etc. Point number 3. In certain instances, grande, great, may get shortened in the singular when appearing before a noun. Un gran bel film. Now hear how both words, both adjectives have been truncated. That's what it's called. Un gran bel film. You don't say un grande bello film. You also don't say un film grande e bello, because that means a large and beautiful film. It's weird. Again, it expresses an internal reality, your impression on the movie. It's a nice, great movie. It's well, not so easy to convey in English. Un gran bel film. Un grand'uomo. Sometimes you don't truncate it at gran, you leave the D. Grand'uomo. Gran finale. Buono, before a word, has the same endings as un, uno, una. Same thing, because it ends in no, it has this like assonance. I wouldn't know how it developed this way, but bello takes the same endings of illo, la, igli, le. Buono takes the same endings of un, uno, una. Of course, only in the singular, because uno, uno, una, un, uno, una only exists in the singular. So, if you're talking about a good wine and you put buono before wine, you say un buon vino. Un buon vino would mean a wine, this is a good wine, like a good quality wine, whereas, from a good year or something. Un vino buono is, un vino buono. It's not that big of a difference. It's really nuanced. You need to read a lot to appreciate the nuance before, between putting these adjectives before or after. Alla buon'ora is a way of saying at long last. It means at the good hour. Okay, so let's move on to adjectives that express quantity. Molto, tanto, parecchio, troppo, poco, tutto, altrettanto, nessuno, alcuno, ciascuno, qualche, ogni, più, meno. So remember that they have to match the nouns they refer to in both gender and number. Gender meaning masculine or feminine, and number meaning singular or plural. So, if it says here that molto means much or many, when you want to say many, you have to say molti or molte. So, let's talk about something that could be masculine or feminine. Gatto. Well, molto gatto means much cat. Let's say molto tempo means a lot of time. Molta pazienza, a lot of patience. Molti gatti, a lot of male cats. Molte gatte, a lot of female cats. Same goes with tanto, tanti, tanta, tante, parecchio, parecchi, etc., etc. Here's a few examples. Alcuni libri di storia, some history books. C'è molto vento, there's a lot of wind. Ci sono molte nuvole, there are many clouds. Ci sono pochi operai, there are few workers. C'è qualche operaio. Now, if you haven't noticed, let's scroll up a little bit. Qualche, ogni, più, and meno are particular. Qualche and ogni, well, ogni means every, so even in English you don't put every with the plural. So ogni is always singular, and I specify this because a lot of my students hear that I sound at the end, and they want to say ogni giorni, to say every day, because, you know, they tend to match the ending instead of reasoning. But no, you don't always match the ending. You just have to know what you're saying. So, ogni means every. It ends in I for whatever reason. But if you want to say every day, and you know the day is giorno, then you say ogni giorno. If it's every evening, ogni sera. Qualche is even more tricky because it means some or any. And in English you can say some days or someday, but qualche only goes with the singular. It's only followed by the singular even if it has a plural meaning. So I'm going on vacation for a few days, you say in English. In Italian you would say per qualche giorno. You want to use the plural, you would say per alcuni giorni, but it's not that common. You would have to know when to say that. Più and meno, respectively meaning more and less, although meno also mean fewer, never change. It's always più and meno. So back to the example. Ci sono pochi operai, it means there are few workers as opposed to many workers. C'è qualche operaio means there are a few workers, there are some workers, as opposed to no one. C'è troppo lavoro, there's too much work. Sono tutti bagnati, they're all wet. Tutto il giorno, the whole day. Ogni giorno, every day. Non ho nessuna speranza. Again, double negative. I don't have no hope. I have no hope. Ci sono altrettanti lati negativi. There are as many negative sides. That's what altrettanto means. As an adjective. Ciascun uomo ha un cane diverso. Each man has a different dog. Più fatti e meno parole. More facts and fewer words. All right. Okay, note that uno, when used as a numeral adjective or as part of an adjective, behaves like an indefinite article. Un, uno, una, that's the indefinite article. And has no plural form. Why? Because uno means one. So, ho una figlia means I have one daughter. It could very well mean I have a daughter. Non c'è nessun problema. Since you say un problema, you say nessun problema. You wouldn't say nessuno problema. Non c'è nessun problema. There is no problem. Ciascuno studente, each student. Because studente begins with a funky consonant. If it was uomo, ciascun uomo. As it says above, ciascun uomo ha un cane diverso. Let's take a look now at demonstrative adjectives, meaning that they show this, that. So, questo, this, quello, that. And again, if it's feminine, questa, quella. And if it's plural, questi, queste, quelli, quelle. Tale ends in e, So plural is tali, there's no masculine or feminine. Stesso, rarely medesimo, means same. By the way, parecchio, medesimo, I put them in for the sake of accuracy and, exhaustiveness, but they're not that used. Parecchio, yeah, the other ones are used. But parecchio and medesimo are very rarely found nowadays. So, quest'anno ci sono molti turisti. This year, there are many tourists. Quella casa è nuova. Con tale violenza, gli stessi ragazzi. Note how questo, questa takes an apostrophe when followed by a noun that begins with a vowel. Okay, more tricky stuff. Just like bello, quello takes the same endings as a definite article. Illo, la, igli, le. Quel cane è nero. Quello studente è americano. Quell'animale è ferito. Quell'ape è piccola. Quella casa è nuova. Quei bambini sono felici. Quegli studenti sono pigri. Quelle pizze sono calde. This you just need to learn, but I mean, it's a matter of assonance. Once you're used to saying I bambini, then you say quei bambini. You don't say quelli bambini. Exclamations and questions are also expressed with adjectives. Che, quale, quanto. Che is, it's got a lot of meanings. Che means that, but in a question or exclamation it means what or which. Quale means which also. Quanto means how much or how many if you say quanti. Again, quanto, quanta, singular. Quanti, quante, plural. I have to stress this because I know, with all the students I've had so far, how hard to wrap one's minds around that it is. Che sorpresa, what a surprise. Note how in English you say what a surprise, we just say what surprise, che sorpresa. Quale bambino è dislessico? Which child is dyslexic? So, quale means which out of a group, whereas che means what or sometimes which, like if you say che colore, che gusto. All right, suppose you're in Italy, you're about to order an ice cream at an ice cream parlor, and they would say, what flavor? And you say, vanilla and chocolate. They would say, che gusto, not quale gusto. Technically it means which flavor, but like in English you would say, what flavor? In that case you would say, che gusto. But when it means specifically which out of many, like in the case of the kid, quale bambino è dislessico? Quante birre? How many beers? So here are some further considerations. An adjective will always match the gender and number of the noun it refers to, no matter where it appears in a sentence, just in case it wasn't clear. La gatta è nera. La gatta nera è Minù. I gatti bianchi e neri sono Greta e Lillo. So, the cat is black. The black cat is Minù. The black and white cats, well, technically the white and black cats, are Greta and Lillo. In cucina ci sono dei piccoli topi. I topi piccoli sono belli, ma questi topi non sono piccoli. I hope you can see how it's working. So, in the kitchen there are some small mice. The small mice are nice, but these mice are not small. So, no matter where you put them, they need to match gender and number. Once you know that topi is masculine and plural, then it has to be piccoli, whether it goes before or after. Now, bello is also used to express nice and, like, oh yeah, nice and dirty type of thing. So, in that case, bel, bei, and begli are replaced by just bello and belli, which is the original, the standard way of using that adjective. So, questi panni sono belli asciutti. These clothes are nice and dry. We don't say and, we just say nice dry. Un cornetto bello caldo. One nice and hot croissant. Actually, in Italian, cornetto is, I've read a whole thing about it with a student of mine. Cornetto has a different amount of butter and maybe a different amount of eggs, but for all intents and purposes, it's a croissant. But it's also a very specific Italian reality. Okay, so here we are at the exercises. Again, write down and learn all the vocabulary of this unit, including the words in the following exercises. Check the pronunciation on Google Translate by typing the word and clicking on the speaker icon. Again, when you look for a word and you start from English, if it's a verb, remember to put to. So if you want to know how to say to eat, remember to not just put eat, just put to eat so you get the proper form that corresponds to that. And if you find a verb that you think is a verb in Italian, you have to do some kind of like cross-translating back and forth. Same goes with nouns. You want to put a cat or the cat, and given the article it gives in Italian, then you understand, okay, it's a masculine noun, because without the article you cannot tell. Okay, exercise 2, there's no example I can give you. You just have fun with it. Exercise 3, just the same. And exercise 4, look up 20 adjectives you'd like to add to your vocabulary and make one sentence with each. Well, that's pretty self-explanatory. Okay, so that was the unit on adjectives. There's more that can be said. I left out possessives and for a reason. And keep in mind that if you bought this video lesson as part of Module 2, you do get a free live lecture at the end at a specific date. So if you have any questions or any doubt or any comment, I'll see you in that setting. Okay, Unit 8, it's about time, and it's about time we learned how to tell time in Italian. It's easy, but it's not simple. We're going to see why. Okay, so che ore sono is the correct and most common way to ask what time it is. And it means what hours are they? Che ore sono. You should be familiar with all these terms. Che, we saw in the previous lesson, it means what or which as an adjective in a question or exclamation. Ora, we saw in previous units, it means hour. So ora is the plural. And sono, we saw in c'è, ci sono. Sono in and of itself. Okay, it could mean I am. For the most part, it means they are. So what hours are they? And it's important, in my estimation, that you don't only learn how to say what time is it and learn that it's che ore sono blindly, so to speak. I kind of care that you know that it means what hours are they, so that you know how to recycle and when to recycle che, ore, and sono, or whatever it is that we're learning. So, che ore sono? What hours are they? The answer is, they are the blah, blah, blah. By the way, you could also say che ora è. Actually, you shouldn't say it, but some people do say it, and get ready to hear it. Che ora è? What hour is it? So the answer is sono le plus the number. So, che ore sono? Sono le 2, sono le 9, sono le 12. Now, I said that it's simple, that it's easy, but it's not simple. Because it's an easy concept, you know, there's not too much to it. But compared to English, where you just say it's 7:45, it's 7:15, it's midday, it's midnight, it's dawn, it's 7 in the morning, in the evening. I guess you say at night. For the most part, it's quite repetitive and standard. In Italian, we have a lot of prepositions and different expressions. So let's see them. For noon, midnight, 1 a.m. and 1 p.m., the singular is used. Why? Well, because noon and midnight are single events and they're just nouns. They're not numbers of hours. Keep in mind, again, why it's important that you know that the question means what hours are they. It kind of explains why you need to use the article in the plural, the verb in the plural, if and when the number of hours is superior to 1. So when it is 1 o'clock in the morning or in the evening, you have to say è l'una. It's the one. It's the 1 hour. You could also say è la una. So mezzanotte è mezzogiorno, è l'una. Now, to add the minutes, e is used, followed by the number of minutes. E means and. So they are the 7 and 27. Sono le 7 e 27. Sono le 4 e 10. You want it more complicated? Well, here we go. Sometimes fractions are used. And they are also used in Italian. 4:45, that's about it. Depending on the country, you know, in English you could say in a number of ways. You could say 9:30 or 9:30 in British English to mean 9:30. In America, that wouldn't mean anything. So the weird way to talk about time with quarters and halves in Italian is this. 2:15, of course you could say sono le 2:15, or you'd say sono le 2:15. They are the 2:15. Quarto also means fourth. È l'1:30, it's the 1:30. Mezza, because it stands for hour. Una ora, mezza ora. È l'1:30. Now I've got to say that in some regions, and they're probably the correct ones, although recently, I think I read on it very recently, it's both ways are accepted. In some regions, you will hear è l'1:30, sono le 8:30, because mezzo just means half in terms of a fraction. Un mezzo means 1/2. But a lot of people think in terms of hour, so if hour is feminine, una ora, and mezza ora, l'1:30. Sono le 4 meno un quarto. That means they are the 4 minus 1/4. So it's 4:45. Sono le 4 meno un quarto. Or you could say sono le 3:45. It sounds more formal though. Meno, minus, is used typically in increments of 5 minutes, starting from the 40th minute. What does that mean? That you don't say if it's 6:35, you don't say it's 25 to 7. Le 7 meno 25. You do start saying sono le 7 meno 20 from the 40th minute. So 45 was seen, you can say a quarter to, but 50 and 55 you can say for 8:50 sono le 8:50 or sono le 9 meno 10. They are the 9 minus 10. Sono le 6 meno 5. Other less common expressions regarding the 45th minute are, for 3:45, sono le 3:15. They are the 3 3/4. Pretty straightforward. Again, regional. I grew up in Milan, barely ever heard it. Un quarto alle 4, that's another regional one, but you could hear it. Un quarto alle 4 is an answer in and of itself. You wouldn't say sono le un quarto alle 4 because it's kind of disconnected. You don't say it's the 1/4 to 4. So, as a short answer, che ore sono? Un quarto alle 4. What time is it? 4:45. Okay, so in Europe, the 24-hour system is quite common on schedules, official documents, etc. However, when read out loud, the 12-hour nomenclature is preferred in a casual context, meaning that commoners, they wouldn't say, you know, let's meet at 1845, which Americans call the military system or something. Because it's only, 1800. We don't say hundreds, but we also don't say 1845. We say 6:45. And then if it's clear that we're going to meet in the evening, then it's clear. Or we'll say in the evening if absolutely necessary. So, sono le 2:50 would be what we would say if we read 1450 in, say, a clock with a 24-hour system. Or you could say sono le 3 meno 10, it's 10 to 3. But like I said, in schedules, like timetables, etc., they will keep a 24-hour system because it's the standard one in Italy. They might even say it out loud if it's an announcement in an airport. The 1450 airport to Moscow is late or something. But common people, among themselves, they don't use it. Okay, so let's look at the vocabulary. Pretty interesting and useful words. I'll just say them. Secondo, minuto, quarto d'ora, mezz'ora, ora, giorno, notte, mattina. Mattina can also be said mattino in the masculine. It's such a slight nuance. You would really have to read a lot and get a sense. For the most part, let's just say it's personal preference. And for the most part, they're interchangeable. Mattino and mattina both mean morning. Pomeriggio means afternoon. Sera, alba, tramonto, aurora. Remember, you say every vowel. Aurora. Crepuscolo. Settimana. Fine settimana. That's a funny one. Fine, the word for end, is feminine. La fine. Settimana is feminine. Fine settimana is masculine. Go figure. Il mese, la stagione, so they end in e, but one is masculine, one is feminine. Il mese, la stagione. Anno, decennio, or decade, both mean a time lapse of 10 years. Secolo, millennio, lunedì, martedì, mercoledì, giovedì, venerdì, sabato, domenica. So, don't say giovedì or giovedì. You see the accent on the last syllable, and you have to say it there. Lunedì, martedì. That's the cadence you need to have. And more vocabulary. Gennaio, febbraio, marzo, aprile, maggio, giugno, luglio, agosto, settembre, ottobre, novembre, dicembre. Note that the months are not capitalized, neither the days of the week. L'altro ieri means the other yesterday, so day before. Ieri, technically ieri, but I say ieri. Oggi, oggi pomeriggio, domani, dopodomani means after tomorrow, so the day after tomorrow. Stamattina means this morning. It's short for, or the contraction of questa mattina, questa sera. You could say questa mattina to say this morning in particular is something rainier than, I don't know. But otherwise, if you just want to say this morning, I woke up with a headache, you would say stamattina. Stasera means this evening. Stanotte, this night. Or tonight. And then, of course, you can combine ieri and domani. Ieri mattina, ieri pomeriggio, ieri sera, ieri notte. Domani mattina, domani pomeriggio, domani sera, domani notte. But for oggi, you say stamattina. You don't say oggi mattina, oggi sera. Oggi pomeriggio you do say. Okay, so a che ora is exactly the translation of at what time. So we're going to see prepositions in a systematic and more focused way, but try to make treasure of all the prepositions we encounter, we have so far, and from now on. So at, for the most part, means, a for the most part means at. A che ora, at what time, literally at what hour. Okay, so it gets articulated. So if the article le for le tre comes after a, then it becomes alle. We'll see all this. Alle. Okay, so a mezzogiorno, a mezzanotte, but all'alba, alba means dawn, we say at the dawn. Al tramonto, all'una, alle due. And now we get to this diagram that is very helpful to some people. Some people have a harder time deciphering, but I did my best. Mezzanotte means midnight. So, che ore sono? Mezzanotte. At what time? A mezzanotte. Or, a che ora? A mezzanotte. Then, if it is dark, it's like the dead of night. We don't say 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning. We say in the night, but we say di notte. So, l'una di notte, le due di notte. Or if they ask you a che ora, all'una di notte, alle due di notte. Le tre di notte or le tre di mattina. We'll see why in a few seconds. Then from 4 in the morning until 11, it's di mattina, alle 4 di mattina, alle 5 di mattina, alle 11 di mattina. Che ore sono? Sono le 4 di mattina, sono le 6 di mattina, etc. Up until midday. Che ora è? Che ore sono? È mezzogiorno. A che ora? A mezzogiorno. L'una, le 2, le 3, le 4 di pomeriggio. You could also say del pomeriggio. Or all'una, alle 2, etc. Di pomeriggio or del pomeriggio. Then 5, just like 3. See, this is why it's like a in-between color. Because some people could say 3 in the morning or 3 in the afternoon. Some people could say le 5 di pomeriggio or le 5 di sera. And we'll see this in a second also. And then from 6 p.m., no matter what season it is, how light it is out, you say sera, evening. Le 6 di sera all the way to le 11 di sera. So we're going to see what I meant a few seconds ago. 3 a.m. can be considered night or morning based on whether someone is going back home or just starting their day. So if you're a baker, you would, and you've been awake for a couple of hours, you say 3 di mattina. But if you're coming back from clubbing or something, or from a night shift or whatever, you would say 3 di notte, that's all. Same with 5 p.m. If it's July and it's so light until 9 p.m., you would say 5 di pomeriggio. But if it's November and it's already dark at 4, you say 5 di sera. And so we get to the final considerations or further considerations. Although sono le, è la are the complete answer, it's okay to just use the article, la, le. In the right context, even la le can be left out. What does that mean? That to the question, che ore sono, you could say sono le 3:30, or le 3:30, or just 3:30. The next point is informal contexts, and we saw that already to some extent, such as the announcements in an airport. The 24-hour system will be used and spoken too, meaning that, like I said in an announcement, they would say il volo delle 20:10, the 2010 flight. Still, if you are at the airport or someone with you, they would still refer to it as the 8:10 flight, il volo delle 8:10. Days of the week and months are not capitalized. We saw that already. When saying a date out loud, and we use the formal day, month, year, the name of the month is preferred to the number. So let's consider this date. Oggi è, today, is il 2 aprile 2021. You could also say il 2 di aprile 2021. So today is the 2 of April 2021. Note that we don't say the 1st, the 2nd, the 17th. We say the 1, the 2. So we use the numeral. Also note that martedì in and of itself, and that's true obviously of every day, means Tuesday, like I hate Tuesday, I hate something. When you refer to the day, the name of the day is martedì. But in and of itself, that word already means on Tuesday. And if you hear or say il martedì or la domenica, you know, the article that belongs to the name, it means on Tuesdays. So here's an example. Martedì vado al lavoro, anche se di solito non lavoro il martedì. So on Tuesday, this one coming up, I'm going to work, although I usually don't work on Tuesdays. So martedì versus il martedì. So we're ready at the exercises. Exercise 1, look at the timetable above and using the 24-hour system, practice saying the departure time of each flight with the formula il volo per destination, parte, leaves, alle, time. So let's go with the last one. Il volo per Milano Linate parte alle 18:35. So you do all that. And then exercise 2 is the same, but with the 12-hour system. And you need to say or specify if it's evening or morning. So with the same example, you would say il volo per Milano Linate parte alle 6:35 di sera. Exercise 3, you just translate and you just have fun with it. Of course, they're very basic sentences because I try to keep the vocabulary we've seen so far. There may be 1 or 2 words that you need to look up. So you should be able to translate this with what you've learned so far. Still, I don't think it's wrong to go to Google Translate and verify what you thought was the right translation, or just have Google Translate tell you and learn from that. Just keep in mind that it's not the most accurate tool. Okay, so that was it about time, and in Unit 9, we'll talk about the weather. This is Unit 9, and we're going to talk about the weather. Fun fact, weather and time are the same word in Italian, tempo. Technically tempo, but I'm from the north. So here's the 2 ways to say it, tempo or tempo. I'll be saying tempo. I don't quite know why they're the same word, but if we are to specify that we mean the weather, then you would say tempo atmosferico, so atmospheric time. I guess we call it time because it's very much to do with the following of seasons and the alternation of sun and clouds and rain. That could be an explanation. Anyway, tempo means weather in this case. So, com'è il tempo means what's the weather like, how is the weather, technically, or che tempo fa, what weather is it doing? And these are the two most common ways to ask about the weather. However, the answers follow various patterns. So in English, you just say it's raining, it's windy, it's cloudy. In Italian, we have a few ways to describe the weather. The first way, not necessarily in order of importance, is fa. Fa means it does or it makes. The verb is fare and it means to make or to do. So fa caldo means it makes heat, it makes hot. Fa freddo, fa freschino. Fresco means it can mean fresh. In this case, it means chilly, nippy, so not exactly cold, but not warm. Freschino means a little chilly. It's a typical answer. Fa freschino, put on a jacket or something. Fa bel tempo, fa brutto tempo. The weather is nice. Really, it's saying it does hot, it does cold, as it says underneath. What is really being said is it does hot, it does cold, it does chilly, it does nice weather, it does ugly weather. Now, as far as fa bel tempo, fa brutto tempo, there's an asterisk there because not everybody says that. Some people will just say the weather is nice, which is what we're going to see right after. Second way to answer is with c'è. C'è means there is. So, che tempo fa? Or com'è il tempo? C'è bel tempo. There is fine weather. C'è brutto tempo. Or c'è il sole. Funnily, we say there is the sun. The sun is always there. But we don't say it's sunny. We say the sun is there. The sun is out. So c'è il sole. C'è vento means there is wind. So it's windy. C'è la nebbia means there is the fog. You could also say c'è nebbia. C'è afa means it's muggy. Afa refers to that humidity, to that heat and humidity that you may have in certain regions of the planet. C'è foschia means there is poor visibility. Fosco means kind of not sharp, uneasy to see. So foschia means poor visibility. Again, what is said here really with c'è blah 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 is there is nice weather, etc., etc. Another way to answer to the question che tempo fa or com'è il tempo is with the verb è, which means is in and of itself or it is. Now, I'm saying another way, but these are not interchangeable. With the hot and cold, you can only say fa caldo, fa freddo. With words such as nuvoloso and afoso, which are adjectives, then you say it's cloudy. Nuvola means cloud. Afa we already saw, so afoso means muggy. Okay, so this point has already been said, and some people will say c'è bel tempo, fa bello. Fa bello is really not said by a lot of people, but you could hear it. Il tempo è bello is foolproof. That is understandable by everybody, and it's probably the closest to English. The weather is fine. Now let's look at precipitations. For precipitations, you need to use verbs. We haven't seen them officially yet, but you can learn this much for this context. Piove, or sta piovendo, literally mean it rains or it's raining. Piovigina, or sta piovigginando, it drizzles or it's drizzling. Nevica o sta nevicando, grandina or sta grandinando. Basically, in English, if you say it's raining, it's because it's raining right now. Otherwise, you would say it rains between November and February. So it's for recurrent events or more generic statements. In Italian, we're not that fussy. So we could very well say it rains to say that it rains right now, because sta piovendo is double the syllables, so who's got that kind of time? Now, a curious fact is that spiovere is a verb that means to unrain, to be raining less and less. Sta spiovendo, andiamo. The rain is stopping, let's go. Now we're going to see how to talk about the temperature. In English, you would say, what is the temperature? We say, how many degrees are there? Quanti gradi ci sono? And there are various ways of saying that based on how formal or informal you want to sound. So, this sentence, a Bolzano ci sono minus 3 degrees Celsius, can be read as a Bolzano ci sono meno 3 gradi centigradi, which is literally minus 3 degrees centigrade. Do we say Celsius? Yeah, you could say gradi centigradi or gradi Celsius. The truth is that we don't specify it because that's the system we use in Europe. Maybe if we were to talk about the States, we would specify Fahrenheit. But otherwise, we just say ci sono meno 3 gradi. Or you could say, much less formally, a Bolzano ci sono 3 gradi sotto zero. There are 3 degrees below zero. And now let's look at the vocabulary. Tempo means weather, and like I said, it also means time. Maltempo, bad weather. Notice how it's its own word. Il maltempo means the bad weather. Sometimes you can use it as 2 words. Sometimes it's just a phenomenon considered as such. Il maltempo. Cielo means sky. Cielo sereno means clear sky, literally serene sky. Cielo coperto means overcast sky, or literally covered sky. Freddo, fresco, freschino, we've seen, caldo. Afa, rugiada. Brina, gelata. Ghiaccio, nuvola. So what is brina and gelata? They both mean frost. Brina means the actual droplets, frozen droplets, the veil of frozen humidity that you find in the morning in the winter, or on leaves, etc. Basically, it's frozen dew. And gelata is a frost as an atmospheric phenomenon. So when they say so such and such after the last frost of the year, that is gelata. Ghiaccio means ice. Nuvola, nuvoloso, sole, luna, stella, vento, brezza. Nebbia, nebbiolina. Pioggia, neve, nevischio. Grandine, foschia. Temporale, tempesta. Bufera, nevicata. Tornado is tornado. Tifone, uragano, acquazzone, diluvio, inondazione, piovasco, nubifragio, lampo, fulmine. Previsioni del tempo means the provisions of the weather, so weather forecast, and temperatura. Typically when you talk about the weather, it's during small talk, so I included greetings in this unit. Ciao, everybody knows, so it means both hi and bye. That's what most people may not know. Buongiorno means good day. Buona giornata means good rest of the day. We'll see this in a second. Buon pomeriggio, buonasera, buona serata, buonanotte, salve, arrivederci, ci vediamo, alla prossima, a domani, a dopo, a presto, a tra poco, buon viaggio, addio. So again, prepositions. Note how a is used. We saw previously in Unit 8 that a means at. In this context, it means more like to, as in up to, like until. A domani means until tomorrow. But let's analyze them one by one. Ciao is the most informal way of greeting someone at the beginning as well as at the end of an encounter. So it means hi or hello. The words giorno and giornata both mean day, but they have different applications. Giorno refers to the 24-hour span, as well as daytime. So, 2 giorni e mezzo a Roma. Here's another application of a. It means in. We say at Rome, not in Rome. So that means 2 days and a half in Rome. 3 giorni e 2 notti a Milano means 3 days and 2 nights in Milan. So 3 daytimes and 2 nighttimes in Milan. Now, giornata refers to a specific day or to what happens in a day. So that is a little harder to grasp. Il 22 giugno è il giorno del mio matrimonio. Sarà una giornata stressante. So here you can see both words. June 22nd is my wedding day. It will be a stressful day. In English, it's day. In Italian, you say giorno del mio matrimonio because it refers to that one 24-hour period that you can, locate on a calendar the 22nd day of June, è il giorno del mio matrimonio, the day of my wedding. Sarà una giornata stressante. It'll be a stressful. Giornata means what happened throughout the day. So, yeah, it refers to the experience of that day. The same applies to sera and serata. So typically, when you say buongiorno, it's at the beginning of an encounter or a meeting or anything. To open, you say buongiorno. However, when you want to say good rest of the day, meaning whatever happens throughout this day, I wish it to be good for you. So buona giornata, in that sense, I translated it as good rest of the day. Sera serata is the same. If you say sera, it refers to the becoming night, the evening. But if you have a charity event, or if you spend the evening with friends, you would say una serata con amici, an evening with friends. It's not much about the fact that the day is turning into night, but what happens throughout the night or the evening. That's another point. In English, you tend to say night, where we keep saying evening. Until it's bedtime, we don't usually call it night. It's evening, even if it's 10:30. Okay, the exercises are pretty straightforward. Describe these pictures. So I see Pisa here, and I could say oggi pomeriggio a Pisa il tempo è brutto, è nuvoloso e il cielo è scuro. You can just go wild. You've acquired quite a vocabulary by now, so you can describe all these pictures. And exercise 2 and 3 are just translations. And again, if you have any questions or any doubts, I'll be available during the live lecture. Adverbs are my favorite, and here's why. Unlike articles, adjectives, nouns, and verbs, adverbs are very easy to learn in that they never change. They can appear anywhere in a sentence, but usually after a verb or before adjectives and nouns. Adverbs can also combine with one another. They are expressions of time, place, manner, quantity, etc. So you can see why I like them, because they really allow you to express a lot. Once you know your articles, as you should by now, and the gender and number concordance, just short of knowing verbs and how to conjugate them, which will come pretty soon, adverbs will give you most of everything else you need to speak. For example, you could say, lately, I only ever eat standing. You may not know how to say I eat, but if you know how to say lately, always, or ever, only, and standing, these are all adverbs, so you can see how they allow you to enrich your sentences. So let's look at the easiest adverb. It's the one that corresponds to the English ly, and the one that answers the question how. So in which way? The easiest adverb to learn is the equivalent of those ending in ly. In this case, it's an adverb that expresses the way something is done. In Italian, the suffix is mente, and it is attached to any adjective ending in e or the feminine of those ending in o. So, just like quick becomes quickly and slow becomes slowly, veloce becomes velocemente. However, if the adjective belongs to the o, I, a, e category, so the ones that end in o and therefore have a correspondent feminine, and they both have their plural, so o, I, a, e, in this case, lento, lenti, lenta, lente, then you use mente in relation to the feminine version of that adjective, lentamente. When an adjective ends in re or le, the final i is dropped. So facile is not facilmente, but facilmente, regolare, regolarmente. Other adverbs that answer the question how are bene, male, così, and a few more. Speaking of how, that is also an adverb, an interrogative adverb. And here we see the interrogative adverbs. Come, dove, perché, quando, and quanto. they all correspond to the questions in parentheses. And in questions, they always appear at the beginning. So if you want to say how much, when, why, etc., it's always 90% of the times at the beginning. So, quanto costa? How much does it cost? Again, we haven't seen verbs, but you can see how easy it is. There is no need for the verb to do. You just say, how much costs? Quanto costa? Quanto è alto il Monte Rosa? Now, that's a whole other cup of tea. Because we say, if we were to analyze this literally, quanto, how much, is, alto, tall, il Monte Rosa, Mount Rosa, rose, pink mount. Notice that the word order in this last sentence is how much is tall Monte Rosa. This applies to any such expression. So, how plus an adjective. How far, how tall, etc. Quanto è grande un elefante? We don't say how tall is an elephant. We say how much is tall an elephant. Come, dove, quando, and quanto can be joined to the verb è with an apostrophe in questions where the structure is adverb plus è plus the subject of the sentence. The subject, for those who are not too familiar with grammar, does not mean the topic. It means the doer of the action. Of course, verbs are not necessarily always actions, but let's say the author. So, adverb è, subject. Dov'è Carlo? Dove plus è plus Carlo. Where is Carlo? Com'è la pizza? How is the pizza? Quant'è? How much is it? You can see that even in English you can say where's, how's. With how much you can contract it, but it's pretty much the same phenomenon here. All the above adverbs can be used within plain statements with different meanings, usually to join two related ideas. So basically this means that what is an adverb in a question, such as perché, meaning why, in a statement, or let's say in the answer, would rather be a relative conjunction or different functions. Come means how, but in a statement, come means like or as. Tu non sei come gli altri. You are not like the others. Loro sono qui come testimoni. They are here as witnesses, in the capacity of witnesses. Questo è il ristorante dove lavoro. So, in a question, dove means where. In a statement, it also means where, but it means in the place in which. This is the restaurant in which I work, at which, etc. Maria è triste perché piove. That doesn't mean Maria is sad, why is it raining? It means Maria is sad because it's raining. Maria è triste quando piove. She said when it's raining. Sappiamo quanto soffri. In this case, yes, how much means how much, both in a question and in a statement. Come and quanto can be used in exclamations. Come sei dimagrita? Now, this is a very Italian way of speaking. You can see that I gave you two translations. Literally, it means how slim you got, sort of. Dimagrire in and of itself means to get slim, to lose weight. Come sei dimagrita? How you have lost weight. In English, you would just say, you lost so much weight. Quant'è buono? How much it is good, or how good it is. In English, you would say, it's so good. Adverbs of quantity, so the ones that answer the question how much, or how plus an adjective. We saw them as adjectives in the adjective unit. So, molto, poco, troppo. But there's more to these words, and let's see the difference. As adjectives, you can see, let's analyze the sentences side by side. Ci sono molti cani. I cani sono molto grandi. So, ci sono molti cani, there are many dogs. I cani sono molto grandi doesn't mean the dogs are much big, it means very big. Ci sono troppe api, there are too many bees. Le api sono troppo piccole. The bees are too tiny, not too too much, tiny. I soldi sono pochi, the money is little. It's the Italian way of saying that the money is low. I soldi sono poco importanti. That is something that in English is not said at all. Money is little important. So money is of little importance. In English you would say not much, not many. So money is not very important. So notice that where in English you would say not very, we have a positive way of saying little. So little important. Also notice that soldi is plural. Money is singular, but we say I soldi. Soldo used to be a type of currency. It used to be a coin. So I soldi meant it's like saying the dollars. Nowadays soldi means money, and it's used in the plural. Ho più lavoro. I have more work. In this case, più is an adjective. It's an adjective of quantity. Il lavoro nuovo è più bello. The new job, lavoro means both work and job, is nicer, more nice, literally. So it's in relation to bello, it's not in relation to job. So if it qualifies an adjective, it's an adverb. Ho meno tempo, I have less time. Il tempo è meno importante, time is less important. So here's the explanation. As adjectives, and like any adjective, molto, poco, and troppo match the gender and the number of the nouns they refer to. We saw them. Molti, troppe, pochi, più e meno don't change. However, as adverbs, and like any adverb, they never change. And there you have it too. Molto, troppo, poco, nuovo, meno. So this is something that you need to be very mindful of. When molto means very, it stays molto. If you want to say these shoes are very small, you don't say queste scarpe sono molte piccole, because that means they're many small. If it's in relation to an adjective, it's molto, and it never changes. No matter if it's piccolo, piccoli, piccola, piccole, always molto, because it means very, not much or many anymore. Now, other adverbs of quantity are assai, very uncommon. It's used more in the South, though. Abbastanza means enough. It means a lot of things, based on where it appears and the meaning that you want to give it. Piuttosto, you can see they all mean quite, rather. Abbastanza is more of a positive thing. It means sufficiently. Piuttosto means rather, and it could come before a negative adjective, of have a negative connotation, but not necessarily and not all the time. Alquanto also means considerably, quite so, rather. It's quite, higher register. Is a very elegant word, but that's what it means. Appena means barely or just. Appena means many things. Solo means only. It also means alone. As an adjective, solo, if I say sono solo, it means I am alone. But if I say sono solo un essere umano, it means I'm only human. And solo is a funny word because it's an adjective that can be used as an adverb, and it also turns into an adverb with the original ending that we saw, mente. Solamente means only, just as much as solo. Un po' di means a bit of. Po is an abbreviation of poco. Pressa poco means roughly, give or take. Parecchio means very, quite. Remember that as an adjective, parecchi, parecchio, parecchie was rare, or let's say regional. Maybe in Tuscany they might say parecchio, or in central Italy much more than in the north or in the south. But it's used, and it's a very common word. So parecchio as an adverb also means very, but it's just as little use as parecchio as an adjective. Now, in relation to an adjective, like I was saying, abbastanza has different meanings based on its position. Sono grandi abbastanza, they are big as much as it's necessary, big enough. Sono abbastanza grandi means they're quite big, they're rather big. In order to contain the size of this unit, we will see comparatives more than, less than, as much as in a different chapter. That's right. Now, let's talk about adverbs of time. So the answer to when. Ora. Ora and adesso are exactly the same. It's just personal preference. Some people may say ora, some people may say adesso. Subito means immediately, right away. Prima means first, but it also means before. Poi and dopo mean after or then, afterward. Presto means early, but also soon. Tardi means late. Sempre, always. Mai means never or ever. Già means already. Ormai or oramai mean by now. Ancora means still, yet, again, and even. Spesso means often. Talora, at times. Fa means ago, and it's used just like in English. So, 3 ore fa, 3 hours ago. Of course, we already saw other expressions of time that are adverbs, oggi, domani, ieri, etc. Now, these expressions of time and place are preferably put at the beginning of a sentence. In Italian, we tend to say, tomorrow I'm going blah blah blah, as opposed to I'm going blah 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 tomorrow. Same with in my house there's a lot of peace, as opposed to there's a lot of peace in my house. But it's not a hard and fast rule. We just tend to begin a sentence with an expression of time and place, or place. One thing to know about sempre, mai, già, and spesso is that they have a different position compared to English. In English you say, I always knew I was meant for big things. We say, I knew always. You never come on time. We would say, you come never on time, etc. So, ha già molti amici. Già means already, goes after the verb. All these, sempre, mai, già, and spesso, come after a verb, where in English they would more often than not come before. Vado spesso a Roma. I go often to Rome. Arriva sempre in ritardo. He or she arrives always late. Non guido mai di notte. I don't drive never by night. And again, double negative. Every unit there's an instance. Now we're going to talk about adverbs of place. Qui, qua are interchangeable. We don't even notice if we say one or the other. It's like one I asked an American, do you say either or either? And she said either. Either. So, pretty much. Same case with qui, qua, lì, là. Ovunque, you can also say dovunque, means anywhere. All these unques means any in one way or another. Ovunque means anywhere. Ove is an archaic word for dove. That's why you can also say dovunque. Dentro, fuori, intorno, sopra, sotto, davanti, dietro, avanti, indietro, attraverso, accanto, vicino, lontano, oltre, su, giù, lassù, laggiù. Literally means there up, there down, quassù, qua giù, altrove, elsewhere. Qui, qua, and lì, là can be combined with other adverbs, as in qui dentro, là fuori, qui vicino. I learned that a few years ago. I was in my room, and I was sharing my room with someone else, and he asked me where the cat was, and I said, she's out here. And he said, on the bed, and I said, oh, she's out here. Where is she? I don't see her. Because she's out here. What do you mean out here? Basically, in Italian, out here, or qui fuori, means outside, but qui is close to the speaker. Lì, qui qua, is close to the speaker. Lì, là is there, so far from the speaker. Maybe close to the listener, but for sure far from the speaker. So I meant to say that the cat was playing just outside my window. It was a cabin. I wasn't on the 10th floor. So she was just outside the window. So close to me, qui, but outside, qui fuori. Turns out that in English I should have said she's just outside, not out here, because out here means over here. As you can see, the adverbs are as many as the stars, all kinds of categories. These are called adverbs of affirmation, negation, or doubt. So, sì, no. Again, note where these accents go, because sí without the accent means himself or themselves or herself. It's a reflexive particle. Make sure that when you mean to say yes, there's an accent. No, non, ne means neither or nor. Again, with an accent. Without the accent, it means of it. We'll see this in a bit. Certo is like solo. It could be an adjective, certain, but in and of itself, it could also be used as an adverb. Certo, like sure. And it can be turned into an adverb with the usual mente. So certo and certamente are both adverbs. The same is true with sicuro, sicuramente. Sicuro means sure, safe. It's also a statement, sicuro, sure. And sicuramente means surely. Forse, maybe, perhaps. Magari, possibly. It also means I wish, or you wish, if only. Chissà, who knows, literally, chi sa, who knows. Neanche, nemmeno, and neppure, all three mean neither, or not even. Volentieri, gladly. Già, right. We saw that già means already, but già is used as an answer. These are all little short answers like yes, no. So già means like yeah, or right, 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 that kind of già, già, già. Now we're going to look at adverbs of emphasis. So appunto means precisely so, davvero, proprio, ecco, infatti. Infatti means in fact, but it could be used as answer, as a word in and of itself, like yeah, totally, infatti. Infatti means just like you're saying, I think just like you, infatti. It doesn't mean in fact, like this is in fact a Picasso or something. Anche and pure means also, but it also means on top of that. So all these could be exclamations, they're adverbs of emphasis. So you could just use them as a one-word sentence. Addirittura, it means to that extent, like whatever. When he realized he didn't win the lottery, he just left everybody and killed himself. Wow, to that extent. Addirittura. So much so, something like that. Perfino also means even. Now I gotta say that appunto, davvero, proprio, and sometimes comunque. Comunque is an adverbs of mode that belong to the first category, but I put it in a later list. They're used as fillers. When you become more proficient and you can follow, say, interviews to people on the street or YouTube videos to common people, you will see that they tend to fill their sentences, just like in English you would say, you know, or I mean, or actually, and stuff like that. In Italian, they would say appunto to kind of corroborate their own point of view, their own statement. Appunto, precisely so. Davvero means really. Proprio, it means exactly. And comunque is the one I like the least. There go the cicadas. Crazy, I hope you can hear me fine. Comunque means whichever way. So I heard someone say once, I'm going to Cuba next summer because it's, of course I gotta say this in Italian, but the translation was, because it's anyway a place that's full of culture and charm, this and that. I was like, what does she have to say anyway? It kind of has a sense of, no matter what you're gonna say after, no matter what you may think, this is my opinion. So it's something that I would urge you not to say, not to speak that way with the redundant comunque. Comunque means anyway or in whichever way. Try not to use it as a filler, is what I meant. Now, ecco is a very Italian word. It means here it is, there it goes, here we go, etc. It can be used to personal pronouns, and in the case of ecco il treno, there comes the train. Eccomi, here I am. Eccomi. Many of my students who probably come from another teacher or another book or whichever source, they like to teach their lessons with eccoci, here we are, because they must have learned it from somewhere else. Or if the webcam doesn't work, when it finally works, I say, oh, eccoti, there you are, etc. The truth is that adverbs come in many ways. Some are the union of more words, like sopra and tutto becomes soprattutto, above all. Some are adverbial phrases like, I don't know, con gusto, it means with gusto, with pleasure, with taste. It's just a preposition with a noun, con gusto, but it functions as an adverb, or in this case, adverbial phrase. So here's a list of the most common ones. It's far from exhaustive, but it should give you enough to start articulating your thoughts, which is what I meant before. As soon as we start talking about verbs, it'll be like hitting the ground running, as they say. I'll just read them to give you an idea of the pronunciation, but the translation is right there. A piedi, in piedi. So a piedi means by foot, walking. In piedi means on your feet, standing. A mano, di solito, can also be solitamente. Di frequente, can also be frequentemente. Di rado, dappertutto, da qualche parte, da questa parte, da quella parte, ovunque or dovunque, poco a poco or a poco, a volte, qualche volta, in ritardo, in anticipo, in tempo, puntualmente. Now, as a student of English, I had a hard time remembering when to say in time and when to say on time. Because as you can see in Italian, we just say in tempo. In tempo means that you made it within the time or just in time. So on time or in time. Senza dubbio, it means without doubt, so undoubtedly. You can also say indubbiamente, which is really the translation of undoubtedly. Or senza dubbio, without doubt, without a doubt. Immancabilmente means without fail. A destra, a sinistra, al centro, di sopra, di sotto. Piano, forte, which is where the word pianoforte means. A lot of people don't know that the name of the instrument is pianoforte because it goes from very low to very high in pitch and also from very quiet to very loud. So pianoforte, in English it's just called piano. Piano means quietly, or, well, it means also floor as a noun. Forte, almeno, al massimo, del tutto. Per niente, affatto, d'ora in poi, prima o poi, addosso, allora, quindi, altrimenti, anche, anzi, altrettanto, circa, dopo tutto, finora, gratis, grazie, a malapena, oggigiorno, quasi, se no, se no. I tend to write se no, but it's supposed to be se no. So I put them both because, most people in chat and so on, they don't necessarily write se no. But for now, the vocabulary only accepts se no. Tuttavia. Tuttavia means however if it's at the beginning of a sentence, but it can also mean yet. So, actually, yeah, at the beginning of a sentence it could be both. Like, however, comma, yet, comma. It's not the yet of not yet, because that is ancora. Remember that ancora means still, again, and yet, and even. So when you want to say not yet, it's non ancora. When you want to say yet at the beginning of a sentence, it's tuttavia. Più o meno, more or less. Comunque, which is the word I was saying before. Ad ogni modo, at any rate. In qualche modo. All'improvviso, you could also say improvvisamente. Solo, solamente, and soltanto all mean only, or merely type of thing. In fretta or di fretta, e così via, and so on. Other considerations. Possibilmente is a false friend. It doesn't mean possibly, it means preferably. So, if it's possible. In English, possibly means it is possible that this will happen. Possibilmente means if it's possible, I'd rather have my coffee in a glass. Normalmente means normally, but it means in a normal way. So if I say walk normally, that's when I would say normalmente. It rarely means usually. So it doesn't mean normally as in usually, it means normally as in a normal way. Finalmente means at last, not in the end. Attualmente does not mean actually, it means at present. Attuale means current. If you want to say actually, you say veramente, which means truly. Giusto as an adjective means just, right, fair, correct. But you can also say giusto as in just now, just the other day, you just missed him. Giustamente is the correspondent adverb to giusto when it means just, right, fair, so justly, rightly, etc. Giustamente, like he dealt with them in a fair way, giustamente. If you want to say, if you hear giusto and you can recognize that it's an adverb, it's just. Giusto l'altro giorno, just the other day. Other irregularities. Yes, violento doesn't become violentamente, even if it ends in o. You don't make the feminine, somehow it's violentemente. And leggero is not leggeramente, but just leggermente. And here we are to the exercises. Pretty self-explanatory. Turn these adjectives into adverbs. The ones with an asterisk are irregular, or have also a second translation, usually made of two words. Find it out. I pretty much gave you the two versions of each adverb, so I won't spend time on this one. Now, provide the correct form of molto, tanto, troppo, poco, paying attention to whether they are adjectives or adverbs, and paying attention to the fact that they can be combined, such as in troppo poco, troppo pochi. In that case, troppo remains the same. It's poco and pochi that changes. Why? Because poco is actually an adjective. The adverbs never change. So, Ida è alta. Does it mean very tall or much tall? It means very, so it stays molto. Ida ha amici. Does it mean many friends or very friends? If it means many, then you decline it relative to gender and number. Amici sounds like masculine plural to me, so you need to make the masculine plural of poco, so pochi, and so on with the whole exercise. Exercise 3 and 4 are translations, and that's pretty much it. So let me stress once again how important adverbs are. Adverbs that can turn into adverbial phrases. So there's really a never-ending list, and many words can be turned into adverbs, can have the function of adverbs. So if you can learn this list, or even just half of it, as soon as we hit verbs, which is very soon, you'll be able to speak much more than you probably expected yourself to. So I'll see you in the next unit.